and transcribed. And we ask that everyone remain muted until your name is called to speak or until we open the floor for additional testimony. We've also requested that cameras be turned off in order to protect bandwidth due to the number of people on this call. We have disabled cameras, but if your camera is able to function, we ask that you please turn that off. If you need to use live captioning, there is an option. We do have the transcription going, but if you would like to use live captioning, there is an option at the top of the screen. There's 3 little dots for more actions, and if you click on that and scroll down, you can turn on live captions. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Jody, it looks like you have your hand up. Do you have a question?
Yes, I wanted to see the closed caption, and there are not 3 little dots at the top of my screen.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. We will look into how to get those captions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize about that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started here since we have a lot of people signed up to testify. My name is Brittany Hall, and I've been designated as hearing officer for this rulemaking hearing. I would now like to call this hearing to order. Let the record show that the time is approximately 10:08 a.m. and the date is January 20th, 2022. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony regarding the Oregon Health Authority Public Health Division's proposed permanent adoption of OAR 333-019-1025 pertaining to masks being required to be worn in indoor spaces in Oregon. Oregon Administrative Rule 333-019-1025 is a temporary rule requiring masks, face coverings, or face shields to be worn in indoor public settings. It was adopted in August 2021 in response to the rapid spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19. Under Oregon Revised Statute 183.335, temporary rules cannot be extended past 6 months. Thus, temporary OAR 333-019-1025 expires on February 8, 2022. OAR 333-019-1025 has entered into a permanent rulemaking process in order to extend its protection past February 8, 2022. That does not mean the rule will be in place permanently. The Oregon Health Authority can rescind, repeal, or cancel a rule when it believes it is no longer necessary. Testimony will be received of all persons who have signed up by letting me know that they intend to present oral comments. If you did not have a chance to register to testify ahead of time, I will ask if there are others who would like to comment after we have gone through the list. You may also send an email to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us during this hearing to be added to the list. Please provide your full name, address, affiliation to an organization, if applicable, and your position on this rule. Again, that email address is publichealth rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. We have 125 or so people who have registered to testify so far, and we'll do our best to keep up on that email address if you'd like to be added to the list. And again, I will open up the floor for additional testimony once we've gone through the list. Persons wishing to testify shall first state their names and that of any organization that they represent if they would like to have that on the record. The agency will not respond to questions during this hearing. The agency will not cross-examine or debate the material at hand. There will be no discussion about the proposed rules at this hearing. Testimony is limited to the matter at hand and must be relevant to the proposed rules. The hearing officer may exclude or limit cumulative, repetitious, or immaterial testimony. Please do not comment on the proposed adoption of permanent rules for masking and vaccine requirements in schools and healthcare settings. Those rules have separate public hearings and are not relevant to the indoor mask rule. Written testimony is encouraged. The deadline for written comments is 5 p.m. on Monday, January 24th, 2022, according to the notice of this hearing. Comments received after the deadline will not be reviewed or considered by the division. Because of the large number of people who have signed up to speak, we will limit your comments to 3 minutes, but request that you be as brief as possible. You will hear a timer go off when your 3 minutes are over, and you will be asked to quickly end your comments. The agency reserves the right to place someone on mute that goes significantly over the 3-minute limit in order to be fair to everyone who would like to speak. Again, you may submit written comments up until the close of the public comment period. This hearing is being recorded. Copies will be available at the division's cost for reproducing the recording upon request. And finally, the Oregon Health Authority will not tolerate any comments that involve the use of profanity or any threatening remarks and may mute an individual who uses profanity or threatening language. We ask that you are respectful of everyone who is on this call. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have asked that people remain off camera and remain muted until it is your turn to speak. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor for testimony by reading names on the list here. The first person that I have signed up is Matt Runkle. Please unmute yourself and state your name and provide your testimony. Do we have a Matt Runkle on the line? All right, I'm going to move on down the list. I will come back to people that may not be on the line when I initially call their name. And I apologize in advance if I mess anyone's names up, which I'm sure I will. The next person I have on the list is Aiden Nepom.
My name is Hayden Mitchell. I live in Westland. I'm a consultant for some of the world's biggest brands on interpersonal dynamics, communication, and leadership, who has, like many members of the community, taken a particular interest in public health. I want to say thank you to the members of the Public Health Division for hearing my testimony today. You're probably in for a long several hours with the number of speakers on the list. I'm strongly against the proposed rule to make masking permanent for many reasons, and here are just two. By passing this rule, you will change the timing from definite to indefinite, which will eliminate important checkpoints and public input. And my other reason is because it goes against my needs as a citizen here in the state of Oregon. Let's start with the first. Up until now, masking was a temporary measure re-examined and renewed every 180 days. This puts a forcing function of time into each mask mandate, requiring you to look at current evidence and hear public opinion. Even as a manner of ceremony, by passing a permanent rule, you eliminate these critical checkpoints during what is still a rapidly evolving situation. Just yesterday, the UK and Czechoslovakia announced that they're doing away with most COVID-related mandates, say for isolating when you are sick. OHSU is projecting that COVID hospitalizations in Oregon are likely to drop back down by
I'm sorry, Aiden, I'm not able to hear you. Are you able to unmute yourself? I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, sorry. So should I start over then? I was unmuted, I thought.
Did you get in?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, and we heard you up until the part where you were talking about the changes in the UK. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
No worries. Sure, I can go back. Yeah, so I was just talking about how OHSU's projections are that COVID hospitalizations in Oregon are likely to drop back down by February as the Omicron wave comes to an end. And at that point, even to the most fearful among us, wearing masks could and should feel ludicrous, actually.
I can barely hear him.
Really? I can try putting on a headset.
I hear you fine.
I hear you fine.
I hear you fine.
I hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Everyone can hear
Party
you.
that reported couldn't hear, turn up your volume.
Okay, I've now switched to a headset. Is this better?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thanks. I feel silly repeating myself, but I guess if you haven't heard it, it's not really repeating. So I'll come back to, and I hope this won't negatively affect my time here. OHSU is projecting that COVID hospitalizations in Oregon are likely to drop back down by February, as you all know, as this Omicron wave comes to an end. And at that point, even in the most fearful among us, wearing masks could at that point and should at that point feel completely ludicrous. The fact is that putting masks on healthy people so that they cannot spread a virus they don't have is probably fair to say 0% effective at promoting public health. Now, that's sort of beside the point, because my concern here, with all due respect, is at taking you at your word that you will continue to look at current evidence and context if you adopt a permanent rule that removes the forcing function of time. Your own list of supporting documents for this proposed rule contained outdated information, broken links, and a few other problems I don't have time to go into. It is surprisingly easy for matters of importance to slip through the cracks. And by eliminating these checkpoints, worse than that, you also abdicate responsibility for what we are doing here today, which is hearing the public's voice. Regardless of simple public health intent, removing that has the chilling effect of telling concerned citizens that our voice doesn't matter and that we should do as we're told. As policy leaders, it's important for you to understand the needs of people, and it's your job. My second point is that I will always personally be pro-choice when it comes to medical intervention. I believe it is well past time for mandates requiring citizens to attach a medical device to their face to simply to be able to, pardon me, I believe it is time for the mandates requiring citizens to attach medical device to their face. I think it's time for those mandates to go. Allow small businesses, school districts, and citizens to make the masking decisions that make the most sense in their specific communities and circumstances so that we can stop trying to stop COVID, which is a fool's errand, and begin trying to figure out how to move forward as a state, promoting physical, mental, and social well-being amongst the population as we move forward with COVID as a reality. I appreciate you hearing my comments today, and I have no idea if I used all of my time, additional time, or not enough time, but that'll bring an end to my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Has Matt Runkle joined the line? I see his name listed. Matt Runkle, if you are on the line, you can unmute yourself and provide your name and comments, please.
As
Matt
a side
Runkle?
note, can I mute and not set off your timers? Go ahead and let the host do that. It really makes it disruptive.
Matt Runkle, are you on the line and would like to provide comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry about that. Hi, so yeah, I'm against the OHA's proposal to make the statewide indoor mask mandate permanent. The current policy is not based on science, but rather on opinion. And honestly, this opinion is very narrowly formed, influenced by public health experts with questionable motives. In addition, it's failing to take account of the actual lived experiences and beliefs of a large number of Oregonians. The state has not provided sufficient evidence to support such a draconian measure, apparently because such evidence does not exist. There's an overwhelming amount of data that casts doubt on the effectiveness of masks at preventing the spread of viral respiratory pathogens, data going back decades. And now, after nearly 2 years of living with this particular virus, which continues to spread regardless of state efforts, we still don't have sufficient evidence to justify a blanket mandate. It's notable that 42 out of 50 states, the vast majority, have chosen to instate no mandates at all. And there are no discernible differences between their rates of hospitalizations and deaths and our own here in Oregon. As an essential worker who has worked through much of the past 2 years in settings where I've been required to wear a mask, I'm here to tell you I can't do it anymore. I've hit a wall. I think we need to stop and take account of the things we are giving up by obscuring our faces, which are such an essential part of being human and connecting with others. And we need to acknowledge that there are real consequences in continuing to enforce such a harmful policy. I'm tired of being assumed sick until proven healthy. I miss being able to breathe freely. I miss being able to communicate unimpeded, to express myself fully, and to accurately read others' facial cues. I'm tired of having to ask others to repeat themselves, a truly draining experience when you do it all day. I'm tired of having to police others for non-compliance, something the state has outsourced to low-wage workers without any compensation. I know I'm not alone here. Continuing to wear these dehumanizing masks is putting us all through an ongoing experience of trauma. The damage being inflicted on children through these policies is incalculable. We are profoundly failing this generation, and their anger will be very justified. The OHA needs to take account of the poor health outcomes fueled by fear and stress that are happening because of such disastrous policy choices. History shows that whatever powers we let the government claim in the name of health and safety, even if it seems like something as small as just wearing a mask, will continue to be used against us in increasingly oppressive ways. We are setting a very dangerous precedent by making permanent this so-called state of emergency, which appears to be nothing but a means to endless authoritarian overreach. And I'm going to include a list of 12 peer-reviewed studies pointing to the uselessness of masks in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to mention again, for those of you who may not have been on the call in the beginning, we are allowing 3 minutes per person, and I do have someone else helping with the timing. So someone other than me as the host will be running the timer. And when you hear the timer, we ask that you quickly wrap up your comments. We'll allow another 30 seconds or so, but if anybody goes significantly over their allowed time, we will mute you so that we can be fair to everyone that has signed up to speak today.
Can you make sure everybody mutes, please?
Yes, we've muted everyone, and I've requested that everyone remain on mute until their name is called or it's their turn to speak. The next person I have on the list is Cyril Collier. Do we have Cyril Collier on the line? If so, please unmute yourself to provide your full name and testimony.
So my name is Cyril Collier, and I just wanted to give a different point of view that I think people aren't taking into account. So I have chronic lung disease. Currently, I have about a 40% capacity to breathe from a normal person. And I have tried to live by the mask mandate, but let me tell you what happens when I wear a mask, because it's hard to breathe. And when I am walking in a store, I have to stop every few minutes because I can't breathe through the mask. And I think I have tried to get a doctor's okay to not wear a mask, and I have that, but people judge me all the time. In fact, people say that I'm trying to kill people in the store if I ever take the mask off so I can breathe. Sometimes I almost pass out. I've talked to others that have the same challenges that I have from a lung perspective. And it's amazing the kids that have the issues as well, and the ridicule that they're being suffered because of their disability. So this mask mandate is really putting a disability on myself and making it where I can't breathe, I can't go out, I can't experience life. So I think you don't think of those things when you're thinking of these things that you're putting into place. So I'm begging you, please, to not make this a permanent rule, because there's unintended consequences that I think you don't think about and don't require. Furthermore, there's many people that say the cloth masks are little more than a face decoration. There's no place for them in light of the Omicron variant. It's not helping, so let's stop the charade. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Kamala Patti, or Patty, and I'm sorry again if I'm messing up anyone's names.
No worry. This is Kamala Patti. I want to thank you for giving me the time to speak. As a 62-year-old native-born Oregonian, I urge you to cease going forward with your rule of permanent indoor masking. Rumor has it that you're going to be going forward with this despite major public outcry. And by what criteria would be used to determine when this ridiculous proposition could end? We are one of 6 states only with indoor mask rules. Science says that masks do not stop viruses. Science says that masks inhibit normal breathing. I suspect science will say that these masks will cause psychological damage. Forcing children to wear them is abusive. This damage may be irreparable. This is a violation of our God-given right to breathe, and also a violation of our civil liberties. This idea is both reckless and foolhardy. My request has become a plea. My plea is now a prayer that you act with humanity and God-given discernment. I also want to mention that exposing all the emails of speakers was reckless and could put someone in danger. I want to thank everyone for their time, and I reiterate my opposition to this foolhardy plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Edie Van Ness.
Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'm a wife, mother, daughter, and proud Native Oregonian, as well as a fully boosted individual who has never gotten COVID. Last spring, I, along with several other volunteers, successfully scheduled vaccine appointments for over 500 seniors who had been abandoned and deprioritized by the state, county, and city. In fact, I was on the front page of the Oregonian.
When it's my turn, I hit my RL, that's me, and then unmute myself here. No,
I need to remind everyone to please remain muted until it's your turn to speak. Edie, I think I just muted everyone. If you can unmute yourself again to speak.
Yes, I can. Thank you. If you can reset the timer, that'd be great, since I just started. Last spring, I, along with several other volunteers, successfully scheduled vaccine appointments for over 500 seniors who had been abandoned and deprioritized by the state, county, and city. In fact, I was on the front page of the Oregonian for my volunteerism. I say this not for praise, but rather to show you that I'm someone who has taken this very seriously and followed all the rules. However, I no longer have any faith in OHA and the mask mandate today. And before you tell me that a permanent mandate can be canceled at any time, I don't care. It is time to start living with COVID. As each strain becomes less severe and the vast majority of people who get COVID, which is frankly everyone I know now, all vaccinated, we need to resume life, to prioritize our small business owners and our children. As the CDC acknowledges, even most seniors fully recover from Omicron. And as Dr. Fauci has said, masks don't work. Despite OHA's continued inflation of numbers, those of us who think critically and follow the science know the truth. As we have witnessed these mandates decimate our beloved small businesses and permanently damage the psyche of our kids, it is time to start living with COVID and resume life. Anyone who wants to wear a mask is welcome to, and we will all be sensible, but enough is enough. And you all should know that the longer you impose these irrational mandates, people are just going to start ignoring anything that you say, including wearing a mask. You can be reasonable or you can continue the theater and guarantee that Oregonians will stop listening. Why must you end mask mandate? One word, equity. Given that our elected Democratic leaders consistently prioritize equity, it is ironic that you want to impose an unequitable law. My husband, who works in a cubicle, is forced to wear a mask 9 hours a day while his boss in an office doesn't. My child has to wear a mask 7 hours a day, including sports and outside, when teachers and administrators have breaks throughout the day in privacy maskless. I get to enjoy dinner or happy hour free of a mask, while the servers and busboys must keep them on their entire shift in hot kitchens. Just last week, I learned of yet another child suicide. Our children are suffering. They're not learning, they're not socializing, they're eating outside, they can't learn with masks. What about our deaf kids? Governor Brown confirmed that masks do nothing when she chose to attend a DC gala along with more than 1,000 others, all maskless. Who in that huge ballroom was masked? The help. There were 600,000 COVID positives in DC at the time she was there, far more than we have ever had in Oregon. And yet she didn't feel compelled to wear masks because masks don't work. For the first time, and if I could just wrap up here. As I have little faith you will take anything I say seriously, I will say something that will matter. For the first time in decades, tens of thousands of Oregonians like me, lifelong Democrats, will no longer vote for Democratic leaders. And for the first time in my life, I would rather consider a Republican who is going to save our state and prioritize small business owners, parents, and children than vote for a party whose policies are running the state into the ground. Please, I encourage you to prove me wrong by showing courage, by standing up and ending this theater that is mask mandates. Stop treating us like children and start caring about our children. Do what's right for Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I have on the list is Angela Todd. Angela Todd, if you are on the line, can you please unmute yourself and provide your testimony? All right, I'm going to move on to the next person on the list, Aaliyah Knight. Do we have Aaliyah Knight on the line? If so, please unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
All their names again, so that if they can get on.
All right, the next person I have on the list is. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, do people know to hit *6 to unmute themselves?
How do we unmute ourselves?
All right, I'm going to continue moving down the list. I'll come back to these people. Lucas Weiss.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I, a man, Lucas Weiss, state, in over 50 years of medical science done on the topic of mask effectiveness, the great majority, over 95% of studies, show conclusively that masks do not stop viral transmission, and they can increase fungal and bacterial infection, as well as hypoxia, which hurts immune and cognitive function. The reason that masks don't work, and increasing evidence is showing this to be particularly true with COVID-19, is that virus transmission happens mostly through aerosols, not droplets. It's not through coughing and sneezing. It's happening through the aerosols, and the aerosols are particles so small that they pass freely in and out of any mask, even N95 masks. And because they are so small and so light, they linger in the air for up to 2 days. So only a properly fit respirator would stop the transmission. So we have a 100% cost, 0% benefit situation here with the mask mandate. They cause harm physically and psychologically, and they provide no benefit. So the real question here is, are you going to implement a law or rule that causes harm to everyone involved or not? And to just finish, I, as a man, would like to address the men and or women who would be responsible for implementing this mask mandate directly. I have conclusive evidence that I have emailed to you that masks cause harm and no benefit. I ask, do you intend to do harm? And do you understand the consequences of causing harm? And is that something that you, as a man or woman, are willing to take responsibility for? Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I have on the list is Christina Buehler.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. My name is Christina Buehler, and I live in Tigard, and I'm a stay-at-home homeschooling mom. I am against the permanent rule that all people in Oregon should be masked indoors because for many reasons, but when looking at should OHA make this a rule, I went and looked at the Oregon Health Authority's vision statement and their mission, which is what every organization should do before they make a rule or a goal. And the Oregon Health Authority claims to respect diverse health practices. In Oregon, many people practice natural immunity boosting as a health practice. It's against their health practice to walk around and prevent environmental microbes into their system through their mouth and nose. And according to this practice, you must come in contact with germs in order for your body's natural immune defense to learn how to fight them. The Oregon Health Authority claims to protect mental health. A permanent mask rule should not be instituted without an honest look into the rise of mental health problems. Without a clear statement from the Oregon Health Authority, including data, which you're in charge of collecting, to prove the mask rule is not causing any rise in mental health, you are failing at your mission. The Oregon Health Authority promises effective solutions. While a face mask might prevent some microbes from entering our system and therefore dumbing down our immune response, it doesn't prevent COVID-19 virus particles. Therefore, the mask rules are not an effective solution and you're failing at your mission. The Oregon Health Authority promises for decisions to be informed. The permanent rule provides no guidelines for removal, and creating a permanent rule with no guidelines to have it become voided is not an informed decision. It is a one-size-fits-all rule with no backing to reason or logic and fails your mission. The Oregon Health Authority promises to discuss decisions with all stakeholders. This is not a discussion. You are failing your mission. Another promise value from the Oregon Health Authority website includes openness to try new ways. As we look at the number of COVID cases across the country, especially in schools that never had any mask rules, and we see that the results are no different, you're not taking any of that data into account and creating a permanent mask rule anyway thumbs it nose at your own value of openness to new ways. Creating this permanent rule after public hearing via phone only and only allowing people to sign up for comments for 3 minutes does not constitute meaningful opportunities to provide input, which is also listed as a core value on the Oregon Health Authority mission website. It seems unlikely that the Oregon Health Authority could possibly maintain its mission and core values and the public trust and create this permanent masking rule.
Thank you. The next person I have has Angela Todd joined the call. Is Angela Todd on the line? Do we have Aaliyah Knight on the line? If so, please unmute yourself to provide your testimony. The next person is Elizabeth Moore. If you're on the line, please unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. My name's Elizabeth Moore, and I am a resident of Portland, a concerned citizen, mother, and full-time student. And I am here to adamantly oppose this ridiculous permanent mask mandate that you guys are thinking of implementing. First and foremost, I think it's pretty clear, especially from the testimony already given, that the people simply do not trust you guys anymore. We don't believe that you're going to take into account the best interest of Oregonians, and we don't believe that you're going to repeal this. I think it's high time at this stage of the pandemic, especially with Omicron, that it is time to let Oregonians be adults and make decisions for themselves and their families. Oregonians can make good decisions. We care about our community and we want to protect our community. And we can do that without the government and without health authorities telling us what to do with our bodies. I think there's a real issue with imposing this mandate and not letting people decide for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is John Marshall.
Hear me?
John Marshall, if you're on the line, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today before this committee, and I feel that my comments are going to mirror many of those that we've already heard and will continue to hear, in that I strongly oppose any changes to the temporary mask rule, primarily for the reason that there is no specified end date and currently no metrics identified that would trigger a review. which to me, even though the word permanent has been explained several times by your agency or by other entities as just a word, it's not going to be permanent. There's nothing there that identifies it otherwise, which is a little concerning. I think that the 15 days to slow the curve has expired by some time now, and folks are ready to move on. And I think it's time that individuals become responsible for themselves and their own well-being. I feel that the state and related agencies' responsibility should be focusing on the individuals that are at high risk, and as opposed to the larger community. And it would be better served if we had folks that were at high risk have those dedicated resources available to them, instead of spending the time and the effort to get everyone to comply. I've even recently read several articles, as folks have mentioned on testimony today, where we're hearing numerous reports and new evidence that the current virus is not effectively managed with face masks. There's a whole host of findings out there that say N95 masks are effective, but cloth face masks are ineffective. So this permanent mask rule that we're hearing about does not take into account any of those discrepancies. So we're really just going through the motions again, which is not a good path to create confidence in our current systems that have already been compromised by the political environment. I would also add that there's been studies previously to this, even ones that have been cited in the information packet that was provided by this committee, that discuss the transmission of aerosols and droplets. One of the studies that I was reviewing as provided by the committee discussed how they didn't even do the testing with normal workplace conditions. They only reviewed the data from folks that were exposed by coughing or sneezing or otherwise violent expressed aerosols. So the review of materials that was provided doesn't even account for normal workplace behavior, wearing a mask all day long, just breathing in that mask. They did not do any studies related to that. And as mentioned, this was identified in the materials provided by your own committee. One of the other articles that I found very interesting was one that I do not have directly in front of me right at the moment to cite, but it was
all right.
Again,
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. We've gone over the 3 minutes. You are welcome to send some written comments to the Public Health Rules email address.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I have on the list is Kelly Mackin.
Portland, Oregon, and I'm here to speak against not only the mask mandate, but also the state of emergency. We live in a time where people are resistant to studying topics in detail, but the detail is where the facts are. In the details, we find the devils. The aversion to detail has allowed the Oregon Health Authority to let disinformation to stand and to implement programs, policies, and mandates on a false basis that have negatively affected every single person in Oregon. If the people were told the truth about a 99.9% survival rate, they would not be terrified. If they knew that 94% of the COVID deaths in 2020 were already sick and old, they would not have been terrified. The Oregon Health Authority allowed the terror to percolate, These are the guardians, the Oregon Health Authority, of mental health in our state, yet they allowed panic and discomfort and anxiety to spread, creating a psychological operation effect of traumatized people who don't know what the facts are because they don't get into the details. When I saw Director Allen's statement about why people did not want the injections, I knew that Director Allen had not studied the details. When Governor Brown, in a recent press conference, encouraged injections, I knew that she had not studied the details. The details tell us the truth, and the details prevent reckless non-Oregonians from gaming our political leaders. If Mr. Allen and Ms. Brown had the details, Oregon would look like Sweden and Florida, totally open, totally growing, healthy and happy. The Oregon Health Authority is sitting on an enormous pile of money. To get the money, in our opinion, they allowed fake tests, useless and dangerous masks, and amping up face cases to jab you, mistreat you in a hospital, deny natural immunity, suppress early treatment, and push products that have not been tested for the effects on reproductive health and a relationship to future cancers. The all-cause mortality tells the tale of a public health catastrophe. The people who know the details at the Oregon Health Authority must take the following steps and the contrived emergency. Who ever heard of an emergency, health emergency that lasts for 2 years? We know about this problem and we know about how to deal with it. 2, end all mandates, mask mandates, injection mandates, and return to normal order immediately. Bring the people out of their panic and return the payoffs in exchange for repressing people's natural and legal rights. To Oregon Senator.
Why was Kelly muted?
Kelly, you're muted, and whoever joined the call, please mute yourself. We're trying to listen.
I was on. When was I muted?
About when you talked about the public health catastrophe. Somebody call and listen.
Okay, so if you can restore my time, I'm almost done. The people who know the details at OHA have to take the following steps and the contrived emergency. Who ever heard of a health emergency that lasts for 2 years? End all mandates for masks, injections, and return to normal order. Bring the people out of their panic and return the payoffs in exchange for repressing people's natural and legal rights. 2 Oregon senators have petitioned for a grand jury to investigate the pandemic. They point out in their petition the vast lying and fraud that was taking place. So we ask that you terminate any relationship with the CDC until further notice. That is the end of my testimony.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next person I have on the list is Nicholas Anselmo.
Hello, I am here live at the municipal courthouse for Mindy's court date. She was arrested for not wearing a mask, trespassing, and this is the type of thing that's going to happen and get worse and worse if a permanent mask mandate goes through. It's only going to further divide people, further burden our retail workers, everybody who's on the front lines who deal with customers and deal with people every day. The amount of mental anguish, especially on children, is untold. The way, look, the way that we'll be looked at upon the world, the rest of the country, is ludicrous. We are a joke as it is, and if it goes through, we will be even more of a joke. People will be leaving in droves. People, loved ones from other places around the country don't want their children and their family members subjected to such tyranny, tyrannical, and being criminalized just to be barefaced, just to be free-faced is absolutely incredibly violent. There's nothing more or less to say. It's pure violence. To force medical devices on people just to be able to live in society is abhorrent. It goes against the Constitution. It goes against every single type of rulemaking that has ever been created through war, through violence, through death, through the destruction of human beings. There is nothing that you can say or do that can justify these types of tyrannical mandates. The mental anguish I've seen on children in my family, children who have never seen a normal free face before, other than a random stranger. Children have been born and gone through not seeing people's faces their entire lives. That will be irreplaceable. Irreplaceable. You won't be able to fix that. And to consider that you want to continue that type of abuse is just, there's no words for it. And we will fight. If you do this, we will fight till our death. We will fight and never give up. And we'll take it to you personally, everyone involved. You will not be forgiven, and we will never forget. And we will never stop fighting. No matter what you do, we will never stop. And the farther you take this, the farther we will take it, because we have no other choice. When you back people up in corners, there's no other option, and we have nothing to lose. So just please take into account that, and take into account the divisiveness and the division and the wedge you're creating amongst our population.
Thank you. Did we have Angela Todd join the line?
Trying to get her. Hold on.
There's Angela.
I know. Is it ready? Yes. Hello, I'm so sorry that you've had to call on me several times. I wasn't sent via an email anything but a call-in number, so I'm using somebody else's phone. May I go?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is Angela Todd from Free Oregon. I want you to know that, I want everyone to know listening, that I know that you're funded $29 billion in a 2-year segment. And it's interesting to me because I've personally, along with other volunteers, spent a lot of money and time for the past 60 days trying to tell people all over the state of Oregon what you're trying to implement with your rulemaking and your mandate lawmaking, or whatever we're calling it. You're calling it rulemaking. And I want you to know that with $29 billion, I find it very, very I find it just absolutely outrageous that you would not spend some of that money to tell Oregonians what it is that you're up to. I also find that when you're spending all kinds of time talking about equity and inclusion, it's really interesting to me that you hold this meeting on a Thursday in the middle of the day, whenever a lot of people don't have the luxury of getting off work to speak at this meeting or to even know about it. You're corrupt, and I want you to know we're coming for you. We're coming for your jobs, and we're not going to take this. I'm not even going to talk to you about all the ridiculousness about muzzling Oregonians permanently and saying, oh, well, it's just because of safety. We're one of 6 states in the United States that still have this ridiculousness going on. So remove it, don't push it through. And I promise you, if you push this through, we're coming for you. We're not stopping, and we're growing every moment, because we don't get any of that $29 billion. We're pretty innovative, we're grassroots, and we're coming. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Has Aaliyah Knight joined the line? Do we have Aaliyah Knight on the line? All right, I'm going to move on to Rich Swingle.
This is Drew Lated. Was I called?
Here we go.
No, Drew, you weren't called yet. Yes, Rich.
Thank you. Rich Swingle, and I stand against the mask mandates. And the first point I want to make is that they're unconstitutional. The Supreme Court just ruled on this. There should be no sweeping laws that come any place but the legislative branch. And so what's going on here? This has got me thinking. And in 1958, a book came out called The Naked Communist. It was written by an FBI agent, retired FBI agent, who had identified 45 goals of the Communist Party USA. And those 45 goals were read into the congressional record. And I'd like to read 3 of them here that I think are applicable. Number 29, discredit the American Constitution by calling it inadequate, old-fashioned, out of step with modern needs. Number 32, support any socialist movement to give centralized control over any part of the culture. Education, social agencies, welfare programs, mental health clinics, and I would add health authorities. Number 38, transfer some of the powers of arrest from the police to social agencies. So the way I understand this is anyone can see someone without a mask, take a picture of them, email that JPEG to that email you provide, and all of a sudden that person gets a $500 fine. Turning neighbor against neighbor is straight up communism. The next point I want to make is that masks really aren't necessary. We, and others have made this point, but we now know asymptomatic spread is false. If it happens at all, it is less than 1% of the spread. Also, masks don't work. This has been said, but here's a story that I heard from a friend who was on the Joint Chiefs of Staff COVID task force. He was in the room when Anthony Fauci said wearing a mask to prevent the transmission or reception of a virus is something like putting up a cyclone fence to keep the mosquitoes out. And now Dr. Fauci is saying that being masked long-term is untenable. The next point I want to make is that COVID on its own is not as lethal as we thought. And this fact came up again earlier, but I just want to reiterate, 94% of Americans who died of COVID had contributing causes. That's from the CDC. Now, using the stats from CDC and openvaers.org, that's the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, healthy people are 70 times more likely to die of the vaccine than the virus. And now most people are saying that Omicron's pretty much like the common cold. Also, cures have been hidden. Project Veritas just released government documents showing that they have hid the effectiveness of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. We have effective cures, so this pandemic should be over. The next point I want to make is that there has been extreme propaganda, and I'm going to quote another of the 45 communist goals, which is to infiltrate the press. Over 90% of media is now owned by 6 corporations and 232 media executives, and the whistleblowers are coming out, and they will continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Hayden Mitchell.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Excellent, thanks. Hi, my name is Hayden Mitchell. I come to you as a member of the public with no medical degree, but some common sense, who does not allow fear to rule my decision-making and has looked at the facts surrounding our current COVID situations and finds the reasoning behind permanently implementing a mask mandate wanting. This new masking rule comes during the onset of the Omicron variant. I understand this was placed before Omicron was more than a rumor, but with the changes to the situation, I find it astonishing this rule hasn't been rescinded. In short, Omicron is significantly less deadly. Omicron seems to be peaking around the world, and in some US states, we have high vaccination rates, hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and deaths are not skyrocketing like case count is, and myself and the public at large do not trust you to end this emergency and keep your word. It is coming up in study after study that Omicron is less deadly and less severe than Delta. A recent study at the Kaiser Permanente hospitals in California found that Omicron was 91% less deadly than Delta. It also found it caused a quarter of ICU admissions compared to Delta, and not one person out of 52,297 admitted patients needed a ventilator. To put this in perspective, COVID is roughly in line with the flu with a mortality rate of approximately 0.1%. A coronavirus in line with the flu is not an emergency in need of radically altering our society. There are even signs that Omicron is peaking in some northeastern states, according to an article on CNN. It seems the peak is fully past in South Africa, where the variant originated, and shows us a picture of the future as the wave of infection spreads. At some point, the question must be asked, when does this end? COVID is endemic. In an AP article that was just released today, Spain is, quote, laying the groundwork to treat the next infection surge not as an emergency, but as an illness that is here to stay. Britain is lifting its masking requirements January 26th, and Dr. Fauci has said, quote, Omicron, with its extraordinary, unprecedented degree of efficiency of transmissibility, will ultimately find just about everybody. New variants are bound to occur, and it will be impossible to end COVID. That's blatantly obvious. So does this go on indefinitely? The ruling we are here for indicates that what can be considered to end the rules, excuse me, are positivity rates, hospitalizations and deaths, vaccination rates, and CDC guidance. So what would be enough? Where's the line on this? Will it just continue to be a moving goalpost? I think the bigness in what can end it is both to allow for the goalpost to shift, no matter how much of a non-issue COVID becomes, and also because you all know that the public doesn't trust you to end it when you say you will. Just last year, the public was told that if we reached 70% of the adult population got a COVID vaccine, the restrictions would end. Then just 3 months later, those restrictions and masking was reimposed. We've hit 74% fully vaccinated and 82% with at least one dose, and the restrictions continue. I don't trust your organization to keep its word and end restrictions not when the hysteria ends, but when we no longer have an outsized threat, and that time is now. Now I have to make an attempt to appeal to American values, even though I have a feeling that they have little bearing on your decision making and will fall on deaf ears. Allow people to decide what risks they will take. Allow Oregonians the opportunity to decide for themselves and their family how best to protect them. Allow freedom instead of top-down decrees. You cannot control COVID. Admit that and accept that people have the right and the ability to do what's best for them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Deborah Rogers. Do we have a Deborah Rogers on the line? If so, please unmute yourself to provide your testimony.
Okay, this is Debbie. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Debbie Rogers. I reside in Klamath County. I oppose mask mandates of any kind, including indoors. I find it interesting that our state government passed legislation to ban straws in order to save our environment in 2019. Now they want to mandate masks indoors permanently. We all realize that masks are far more hazardous to the planet's wildlife and environment in which they live than straws. There are all kinds of studies and statistics that show that masks do very little to prevent the spread of COVID and are harming people, especially our children, psychologically, emotionally, developmentally, and physically. But that isn't my argument for opposing mask mandates in Oregon. On January 13, 2022, the United States Supreme Court lost the COVID vaccine and testing for private employers. The Oregon Health Authority has no authority to broadly regulate public health. The United States Supreme Court has made this clear. This week, the UK government is lifting all COVID restrictions in England, including mask mandates, vaccine passports, and restrictions in the workplace. Oregon is one of 6 states with mask mandates. Oregon needs to lift the mask mandates now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Susan Rupp. Do we have a Susan Rupp on the line? If so, please unmute yourself to provide your testimony.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Star 6, I forgot. Okay, so my name is Susan Rupp. I myself am a proud employee of Oregon Health Authority and a lifetime citizen of Oregon. And I'm so proud of Oregon and the things that it has done through the Oregon Health Authority. And it breaks my heart to see the agency go in this direction and listen to the voice of $29 billion over the voice of its citizenry. I join the rising public outcry against these mandates, and certainly on a permanent basis. I want to remind OHA to uphold their freedom of choice, our citizens' rights, our constitutional and civil rights. Most people here are trying to be really nice and presenting their position as asking, but deep down inside, I don't believe they're asking. They're letting it be known. No, this is not going to happen in Oregon. It is morally wrong. It is ethically wrong. It is civilly wrong to harm children and adults by making them breathe their own carbon dioxide through these masks. Look, we have internationally known scientists, doctors, statisticians on both sides, all of these voices coming at us. Enough. Stop. You, me, all of us. Listen to the voice of wisdom within us. This does not make sense. It's not healthy, and people are not going to continue to go with it. People have had enough. And remember Franklin D. Roosevelt and what he said, it's the same back in 1933 as it is today. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. And the media is just pushing propaganda right and left. So stop listening to the voices and start listening to people's souls. What benefits an organization to gain the whole world and lose its own soul? I present that no, this cannot happen in Oregon, and it needs to stop. I appreciate and thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Gabriel Bueller. Do we have a Gabriel
Hello?
Bueller on the line?
Hello?
Hi. Hi.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I came home from work the other day, and my 8-year-old daughter, she said something to me that caused me to come here to speak today. She said, "Dad, I don't remember life without masks." You know, it broke my heart to hear her say that. We're almost 2 years and 2 weeks to stop the spread. This thing with the masks is fundamentally changing our society. I worry the most for our children. How is growing up not learning facial cues going to affect them in social interactions with other humans? Because the OHA is mandating them to wear a demoralizing piece of cloth on their face. I worked for Portland Public Schools as a plumber up until October 18th, 2021, for the deadline of the vaccine or you lose your job. I put in a religious exemption, but I was denied and told, "We just don't believe that you believe in God." Having gone to 90+ schools in the district fixing plumbing problems, I gained a unique perspective on how demoralizing this is for our children to wear a face mask. This is having a lasting effect on them, and I fear that it'll never go away. I implore the HOA to think about what they're doing to these children, and this should be a choice, not a mandate and a fine. Free these children's faces so they can smile again. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Cynthia Choate.
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Cynthia Choate. I'm a former Cottage Grove City Councilor, former mayor of Halsey. And I appreciate being able to testify. I appreciate everyone that has testified. The survival rate for COVID is 99.89%. Wearing face masks has been demonstrated to have substantial adverse effects to health, hypoxia, hypercapnia, shortness of breath, increased acidity and toxicity, activation of fear and stress response, rise in stress hormones, immune suppression, fatigue, headaches, chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. Long-term consequences of wearing face masks can cause health deterioration, developing and progressive of chronic diseases and premature death. Studies out of Brown University identify masking as a possible cause of cognitive decline in babies born during the pandemic. They have found a 23% drop in IQ and sharp decline in communication skills. In 1947, the Nuremberg Code was formulated by US government jurists and had unilateral agreements with the USSR, France, and the UK. The Nuremberg Code extended human rights beyond borders of individual countries and provided the right of informed consent in peace or war. It provides justification to litigate violations of informed consent. The responsibility for violation of informed consent rests upon the individual doctors, government officials, aiders, and abettors. Each can be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. Society is regressing right now. We are giving up rights and freedoms out of fear. Collectively, we are forgetting that we have already long ago established fundamental human rights such as bodily autonomy, medical sovereignty, and informed voluntary consent. The Nuremberg Code is a stark reminder that we have been through this all before. I thank you for your time. I want to say that I appreciate all of the comments so far, and my heart goes out to the previous speaker. I'm glad my children are grown and are not going through this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person on the list is Catherine Greene.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. Thank you for this public hearing. Thank you, Brittany, for hosting it. I also concur after listening to all these educated and impassioned Oregonians who are telling OHA the truth, which OHA seems to have trouble comprehending, which frankly is beyond my understanding. Now, my background is in natural medicine. I have been a business owner. Those businesses were bankrupted by the COVID measures, the lockdowns functionally, and have been sold. The government was able to take 1/3 of my net worth because of this, and Oregon has been a great beneficiary because of their taxation policies. At the same time, I moved here from Florida, which has enjoyed freedom, good health in comparison to hard lockdown states, hard masking policies, hard injection of mRNA tech policies, and freedom. We have lost these in Oregon, and it has broken my heart as well. I have watched my fellow Oregonians struggle to breathe. I've seen the same harms to children. They cannot see adults' faces. The gentleman who spoke 2 individuals ahead of me broke my heart as well. I cannot imagine hearing my 8-year-old say that they don't remember life without masks. And I know this is being done for money. It is not about public health. We understand the amount of funds on the table for schools, health departments, and governments from SR1, SR2, Gear 2, and SR3. We know that hospitals have been paid to treat COVID patients badly. Remdesivir and a ventilator is a death sentence for 85% of patients who receive this treatment. We know that successful, safe, early treatment strategies, which have been rolled out with high success in other nations, are forbidden in our formerly free country. We know that you have a $29 billion budget and you intend to use it to suppress the people of this state, to do harm, whether that harm is being done intentionally or accidentally or out of ignorance, it doesn't matter. You are still responsible for those harms. I am not trying to tell you there is no instance in which wearing a mask might be recommended. I am telling you that your current rule, as it is written, destroys trust in public health officials. And finally, I served in county government. I have helped to write code. I have helped to write law, and this is bad law. And this is why the citizens no longer trust the government. You have proven yourselves incapable of writing intelligent laws based on the science. The good science, the unbiased science, the high quality science, which shows this does not stop the transmission of SARS-CoV-2. And I am tired of seeing people struggle for air. And I'm done, as are many.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Melissa Craig.
Oops. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I came in late. I woke up sick. So pretty simple and very forward. I am a person who deals with a lung condition and I have sleep apnea. I actually have a doctor's note that states I'm not able to wear the mask. And I've had sleep apnea my entire life. And I know for a fact that lowered oxygen levels, because I live with this fact, lower oxygen levels make me like 10 times more likely to have a heart attack, seriously impair my cognitive function, seriously impair my ability to even go throughout my day, the lethargy, the almost narcolepsy that I experienced before actually being treated for my apnea. And this mask creates that. Beyond that, I'm also hard of hearing, which means I'm an extreme lip reader. And I actually have to go around and ask people to remove their masks so that I can hear what they are saying. And this is a problem. This is a problem because it actually inhibits my ability to even get through my days. And it's extremely depressing. The depression from COVID is off the charts. I've already lost several friends to this pandemic, and I'm furious. I'm absolutely furious. To put a mask law in place that is not even in use in any other state out here, 35 other states are completely mask free, and their rates are lower than ours. That should tell you something. This is a game, and you guys need to stop playing. I say absolutely no on masks, and that's simple. I'm done.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Corbett Greenhall.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So Corbett Greenhill, Hillsborough, no affiliation, against. You know, in today's superpower Marvel hero world, we're bombarded with messages that anyone can and should be the hero, and that when you are or think you are, that no matter what you do, your cause is just, and thus the end justifies the means. Unfortunately, that usually means whether you're the bad or the good guy or gal, the use of force to achieve some desired end state, regardless of whether the action really would achieve it or not. But in reality, in our reflective, quiet moments when we're really being heroes, we typically acknowledge the end does not justify the means. And usually when we try, we don't achieve the desired result. So what does this mean for this rule hearing? This proposal is an indefinite extension of indoor masking rule based on a justification is needed to, quote, control the spread of COVID-19, unquote, which has a well greater than 99% survival rate, was said, and an infinitesimal mortality risk for healthy younger people. And as such, there are multiple serious issues with this proposal. Where are the criteria by which such a mandate's validity should or will be judged for removal has been repeatedly brought forward. No proposal should have ever been brought to the public without such criteria in place. That's dereliction of duty. Additionally, inherent in the justification of the proposal, as stated, is an apparent intentional lack of specificity on what control means, how it's measured, and an implied assertion that, two, another thing, indoor masking does or will control it, and three, that without it, infections will skyrocket, health systems will be overrun, and death and societal disruption will ensue. I work in an environment where simulations of partial data are daily life, and getting population level data is seen as nirvana. Early in the pandemic, we were in the simulation lab study science phase. Today, we have the benefit of population level data. So are these assertions valid at a population level, abstracting away the scores of studies, the outdated things that were referenced in the notice? Well, or is it just an ends justify the means event of some superpower that needs to be assessed based upon this empirical mask, no mask population data? So one, what is the percent impact that defines you have control? And an action should be measured against versus taking no action. The CDC's study across 3,000 US counties suggested masking may have a 1 to 2% impact on infection hospitalization rates. And those are called into question based upon the recent data from states as well. So is 1 to 2% control something? No, it's not control. It's barely even impacting it. That is not a justified reason to take this action. Two, do masks control the spread of COVID-19? Let's up level from the studies and look at the population data across 100, 200 million people. 6 states against 40 plus states on a population normalized basis over Delta and Omicron waves so far indicate mask states range from some of the highest case rates down to the upper portion of the lower third. And they're usually the above average vaccination. So that doesn't jive either. If the mask mandate were allowed to expire, would the infection spike? All these problems happen? Again, the population data of the unmasked states utterly refute that. So the offered assertions and justification for this indoor mask policy may appear supported through lab studies or other small cases, but they are resoundingly refuted by the empirical evidence of more than 40 states, 150 million people, other countries. This proposal should not be ratified. It should not be allowed to, the mask mandate should actually be allowed to expire. And particularly if for no one else than our children who have no risk to this. Please stop your game playing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Shireen Underwood.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Shireen Underwood. As a medical professional, I'm here to oppose the proposals for permanent mask mandates. I could recite numerous studies, including a meta-analysis out of Stanford, comparing the non-impact across states of masks on case and fatality rates. And the CDC's own admission that cloth masks do not work for respiratory viruses. But up until this point, facts don't seem to trump federal dollars. You have already shown your bias. Despite the obvious failure of masks, why are you still insisting on imposing them? The USSR was called the tyranny of bureaucrats. The OHA is showing an example of this. None of you practice medicine or face the people that you are harming, but you have negatively impacted thousands of lives with threats and coercion. We did not elect you. You have shown how power corrupts in the hand of the few. Every dictator in history thought that they were doing what was best, but had to use force to impose their will. Imposing $500 fines on citizens who have already taken heavy financial hits due to your policies is cruel and authoritarian. This isn't for our good. This is for power-hungry rulemakers to punish those who challenge the rules. This isn't about medical science, it's about political science. You are answering to Democrat masters and a governor who has declared herself dictator. More truth is coming out, and you have listened, and you have refused to listen to healthy skepticism, which is the crux of science. People say it's just a mask. What's the big deal? This is clearly wrong thinking. Metabolic testing shows that masks cause carbon dioxide accumulation. Anyone can tell you there's a difference. Student athletes have passed out in competitions. Elevated CO2 levels are detected by what's called the carotid body that trigger anxiety and panic. This is excruciating for people with mental health issues. Hypercapnia causes metabolic acidosis, which is detrimental to diabetics and people with COPD. This also leads to headaches, poor concentration, fatigue, and affects proper biological functioning, which is even worse for children who have higher metabolisms. If this is about meeting metrics for federal dollars, shame on you for letting your greed sell out the well-being of our citizens. This is blood money. When the truth comes out, I hope each and every one of you is called out for Nuremberg violations. If you went to medical school, you would know that coercion, lack of informed consent, ignoring patient autonomy, and paternalism are violations of medical ethics. If there's an ounce of conscience in you, do not impose these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Bonnie Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Cox. I'm an Oregon resident with 2 children in the public school system. I'm strongly opposed to OHA making the indoor mask mandate permanent. 2 years into life with COVID, the state can no longer claim that this is an emergency and continue to overstep its authority with edicts that impact residents' choice. It's an affront to the individual rights of citizens to make their own personal medical choices. A one-size-fits-all approach to indoor masking is the wrong approach for Oregon. Most US states have now left this decision to citizens. Given that it is unclear how much transmission is prevented through the use of standard face coverings, a permanent mask mandate is the wrong approach. The requirement to wear face coverings indoors is a practice with little scientific evidence to support its benefit, though the risks are all too clear. Standard face coverings have shown to provide little protective benefit in indoor settings with poor air circulation or high density of people. It is simply a charade to remind us we are in an emergency without providing meaningful benefit. We must also acknowledge the negative impacts of mask wearing, from the social disconnectedness it causes, the lack of being seen and heard, and the physical discomfort and impacts of covering our faces and recirculating our exhales. For Oregon school children who are required to mask for 7 or more hours a day to attend school, masking teaches that even healthy individuals are considered biohazards by the state of Oregon. I urge the state to return to sensibility and allow citizens to choose for themselves whether a face covering is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Leela Blakely.
Blakely, and I live in the rural part of Clackamas County in Oregon. I appreciate the testimonies that have previously been given, as they have been based on facts and details. So there's no point for me to state all the facts, as they have already been spoken about. We had 2 weeks of slowing the spread and a month of worldwide shutdown, yet after 2 years plus, we are still having cases for the vaxxed, the boosted, and the unvaxxed. You will not be able to convince me or many I associate with that stopping our normal airflow of breathing is going to be helpful to me or anyone else. Having allergies my whole life that have prevented me from breathing normally, I am not able to wear a mask without not feeling like I am suffocating. Putting my personal health status aside, I would like to know what organization took charge and cared for the citizens of this state before the Oregon Authority was formed. It seems to me Oregon Health Authority was developed within this last decade. Heaven forbid what happened to all those folks before that time. OHA is needless money being spent on an organization for people who don't even have medical background, including our very own Patrick Allen, who was appointed by Governor Brown. I'm sure his salary is sufficient to care for his needs as a fast-growing, social climbing individual like that of the demonized Fauci. I can't even call him a doctor for all the lives he has caused to perish since his first Stop the Spread statement almost 2 years ago. I would hate to venture the numbers of needless deaths that took place here in Oregon because of our continuous mandates. Being coerced into wearing a mask by implementing a $500 fine per day for not wearing a piece of paper across one's face makes me laugh hysterically. Does this mean the Oregon Health Authority will now be in the banking business and placing liens on people's homes because they cannot afford the exorbitant fines you've placed on them? Just think about how that sounds. Are you actually serious? Surely you jest. And now to enforce this $500 fine, will you be hiring even more people to enlist in your Gestapo regime? Besides being the sole entity making demands of the health of individuals, you are now going to be their bankers and also determine whether or not they are even allowed to work. I guess no one knows how to think for themselves anymore. But of course, that is the plan. A complete government overreach of the lives of us citizens who used to be free, reading shoes, but it's best for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Angela Plowhead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I would like to oppose the permanent mask rule. I'd like to start out by talking about there's only been one large-scale community study that has been completed that has been found to find mask effective. And that was really only effective in reducing the transmission rate by only 11%. The one exception to that was when adults were over the age of 60, where transmission in that one large-scale study was found to be reduced by 35%. You know, according to the FDA, masks and face shields that are utilized for the prevention of disease is considered a medical device. OHA should not be in the business of prescribing something that should only be prescribed by a medical provider after evaluation. Oregon is currently only one of 9 states that have a mask mandate, and that's only been since the increase with the current transmission. Prior to that, we were only one of 6 states that had a mask mandate still. As you've heard from many other people, our rates of hospitalization and death are similar to many of the other states that do not have mask mandates. And the survivability rate of the transmission of the disease is so low that it's hard to justify that a mask is going to stop it when the transmission rate has, like I said, only been shown to be effective in 11% of general population. My concern as a psychologist is that are the mental health impacts of the COVID mandates that have seriously impacted, most specifically, our children, but really all people. Studies have found that children have had PTSD related to COVID measures at a rate of 1 in 5 children. The suicide rates of our youth have gone up 31% since the beginning of COVID. And it's even worse among female youth, which it's gone up to at a rate of 51%, which should be extremely alarming for all of us. I'm also concerned that there are effective treatments for COVID that are not being promoted by OHA, although masking and vaccination are being promoted. My concern is that with the death rates that we currently see, which granted are much lower than what they had been at the peak, could be further prevented if we were actually promoting treatments when people are seriously at risk when they have a COVID infection. We've seen that with the flu, that when you treat early, that someone has a much better risk of survival. So I would ask that the rule be eliminated, but if you're not going to eliminate it, that it not be made permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Michelle Walker.
Can you make sure everything's muted again, please?
Yeah, let me go ahead. I'm going to mute everyone again and ask that if you are not speaking, remain muted, please. And then when I call your name, you can unmute yourself. Do we have a Michelle Walker on the line?
Hi. This
Hi,
is Michelle.
I can hear you. Hi, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Michelle Walker, and I live in Yamhill County, and I'm representing Open Schools USA. Everyone says to follow the science. Brown and Allen really refer to the science as the foundation of the decisions being made, and I find that very hard to believe. So here is some science for you and other listeners to hear. Exhale matters a great deal with an airborne pathogen. Every breath increases the atmospheric viral load, the amount of viral matter held aloft in an enclosed space. When it doesn't take very much of an airborne pathogen for vulnerable individuals to get sick, a contagious individual should not wear a mask or respirator that creates a concentrated plume of aerosols, thinking that they are protecting others. Plosive force generating events such as coughs and sneezes increase the pressure behind exhale emissions. Masks can exacerbate the spread of airborne pathogens due to focused plumes of fine particulates that increase the emission trajectory and aerosolization of droplets through a membrane. Aerosols have a trajectory of 18 to 20 feet, but pressure behind droplets through a membrane can take this larger matter that would have fallen in a predictable 6-footish arc and turn it into aerosols, as well as nebulize the bound particulates on an inhale. All masks and respirators are not equal. Cloth masks have been shown to have a 97% particle penetration with 44% for surgical masks. They are expressly non-PPE, non-mitigating apparatuses per OSHA and NIOSH standards for airborne pathogens due to this reason. Some higher grade respirators do meet the minimum particle filtration standards for personal protection, but even these apparatuses do not filter COVID-19 sized particulates on exhale. And why does this matter? We heard droplet nonstop for 6 months or more before any governing body began to acknowledging airborne spread without ever correcting course on our nation's PPE recommendation considerations, especially as source control. Mistakes were made, yet masks were still forced on our global populace, many of whom were punished for noncompliance, while 71% of new cases report always masking and 14% report masking most of the time, per the CDC. Masks are clearly not source control, even with unvented N95s, which are the baseline minimum as a personal protective measure, and even so do not show high efficacy rates in real world application. Not only is there accumulation of rejected respiratory emissions in mask dead space, but also biological amplification of rejected bodily waste picked up from inhaled airborne microbes, in addition to periodontal bacteria contributions, which thrive in low oxygen, warm, moist areas. Masks come with grave microbial inhalation issues, as many adults and children wear them in public bathrooms, ew, drop them, sneeze them, run in them, and put them right back on their faces to breathe the accumulation of rejected matter for 8 to 12 hours per day. Medical consent belongs in all conversations involving non-standard public integration requirements, most especially those shown to be dangerous from multiple angles for a 99% survivability rate pathogen. We are engaging in dangerous practice by requiring apparatuses that are shown to be harmful from so many angles. For the protection of all people of all ages, we must encourage a national pivot or a state pivot in our case to focus protective measures for our vulnerable populations, including the implementation of the hierarchy of controls and step away from dependency on mismatched apparatuses that have taken us down this road to hell paved with good intentions. Now that's science-based data. In addition to those harms and reasons, there is something to say about the societal damage that is causing in our state. I'm almost done. We are humans, social creatures, and see those kind smiles. Our children have been harmed the absolute most. There are children that have never experienced normal schooling. There are children having unnecessary issues with learning how to read. They're picking up on social cues or emotional issues. And think of what difference it could make for an already anxious and angry teenager if a classmate were just to smile at them and show them a brief moment of kindness. OHA, CDC, and the Democrats at large have lost the trust of the parents and the people in their ability to make sound scientific decisions that are based on data and not politics, bureaucrats, or unions. They've lost our trust by things like putting in an economics expert as the director of our public health. Put science before politics, put people before politics. It should be better. It deserves better.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Chris Brand. Hi, go ahead, Chris. I can hear you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm cutting out a lot of my presentation in order to keep it under the 3 minutes and to avoid the redundancy that's gone on. So basically, I've put together a 52-page PowerPoint presentation that I summarize here, and I'm willing to email this to anybody that would like a copy. So email me at freeoregonnow@gmail.com. The two things that have not been brought out very strongly here are the fact of the legal perspective. And so I bring up 3 points. First, the OHA continues to attempt to adopt rules that are well outside the limits of the statutes that authorize its powers. I cite case law in my presentation where the Oregon Court of Appeals has repeatedly struck down other OHA rules for this very same reason. Secondly, Oregon OSHA has a rule 14-2021 that conflicts with this OHA rule that we're considering today. By law, employers cannot be asked to comply with contradictory or inconsistent requirements that exist in different agencies' health-related rules. The third problem on a legal basis relates to the objectives and metrics defined in the rule, which are required by law but are missing in this proposed rule. Excuse me. Without the metrics, we have no way to let all Oregonians know when the masking is no longer required. All 3 of these 3 legal points are grounds for rescinding this rule. I'm going to skip over the performance section because it's already been covered, but I've got probably 20 pages in that presentation on the performance aspects of masks. So I asked the question, why do we continue to do this? I believe the answer lies in money that our state and local governments are getting from the federal government that all require masking. So let's start with Kate Brown's Executive Order 21-36 that states that it is intended in part to ensure that Oregon continues to receive federal funding. The second point is that the American Rescue Plan created the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds that is distributing $350 billion across the country. Oregon's share of that is $4.2 billion. If you dive deep into page 347 of the document, it says that in order to get it, you have to require masking and vaccination. The other thing is that the American Rescue Plan also created the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief Fund that distributes another $1.1 billion to Oregon public schools. And again, in the details, it requires masking and vaccination. To all the Oregonians listening in, your federal tax dollars are being used to coerce government officials and school board members to make you wear masks and get vaccinated. We need proof of how these monies are being used. In closing, I want to say, Governor Brown, Patrick Allen, Michael Wood, let's finally do the right thing. Rescind these mask rules, stop taking the money, and start being transparent with the Oregon people that you work for. Thank you.
Chris, can you give your email address again?
freeoregonnow@gmail.com.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Jody King.
Hi, Brittany. First, I have something that I want to say to you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It's sad I wasn't given directions on how to access closed captioning prior to the start of this meeting, and not nearly, an hour and 45 minutes in. So with that, I'm very disappointed. So I'm not sure. Well, I'll just begin. Okay. Thank you. I'm profoundly deaf and I wear hearing aids. I don't know sign language and I have a hearing comprehension of less than 60%. That means that out of 100 spoken words, I can comprehend about 60. For the deaf or hard of hearing person, acoustics play a large role in aiding word comprehension since sound travels straight ahead from the speaker's mouth. Now, cover the speaker's face with a mask or shield, and for the deaf person, the sound becomes trapped inside the mask. For those who utilize sign language, the lower portion of the face is vital for viewing facial expressions and understanding the emotional aspects of the dialogue. For those like myself who lip read, we simply can't. In your notice of proposed rulemaking, specifically number 8 regarding compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, et cetera, you are absolving yourselves of liability and placing it on the over 400,000 businesses in Oregon. Then no, our state certainly needs a refresher course on American with Disabilities Act. I've had a doctor who refused to see me without his mask, and our video conferencing was a sham because he still wore his mask since his assistant was in the room. Even video meetings like this that are not closed captioned are hard for the deaf. I've had countless salespeople, servers, counter help, cashiers, even people behind plexiglass shields. When asked if they would lower their mask because I've told them I'm deaf and can't understand, I've been met with refusal, head shakes, or simply blank stares. I've had counter help simply walk away from me. Why? Because our current masking rule does not allow for businesses to have any flexibility to accommodate the deaf. No mask removal, no lowering of the mask, and no directions for the governor to accommodate. I blame the governor for the inflexible mandates without taking into consideration the approximately 15% of her constituents that are legally deaf or hard of hearing. Many Oregonians wear those cloth masks, which we've heard are totally ineffective. And those blue medical type masks, they don't work unless they are well fitted and snug to the face. They are as pointless as a cloth mask. I'm going to close with this. Even if OHA persists in requiring mask wearing and passes that liability of ADA breaches onto all business owners in Oregon, you're going to show the true colors of a government who cares not what happens to Oregonians. Do not force this rule. You're going to be contributing to the hardships of the deaf. And I'm speaking for the 15% of us. The financial needs of the business owners to comply with ADA, I realize that you're also going to be allotting some funds to them. This is stuff they should already know. Why do they need training? Why do they need those funds? As you can tell, I'm very disappointed. I wanted to hear this meeting, but I can't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I apologize for the technical difficulties with the captioning and showing the transcription. We are transcribing this meeting and I will be able to provide that to you afterwards. And I know that's not the same as listening live.
Can I interrupt real quick? Catherine Greene has had her video on all this time and she's all I can see.
Okay, I did disable cameras, so people shouldn't be able to be on camera. If you are able to turn your camera on, we're asking not to use your camera at this time to protect the bandwidth due to the number of people on this call.
We can still see Catherine Greene. She needs to turn off her camera.
Looks like she's trying to find it, but she's not having success.
At the top of the screen.
Here, I'm unmuting.
Catherine Greene's
Hello?
Is Catherine Greene's picture really a problem when we just heard from a woman who is deaf and has not been able to participate in this meeting? Seriously, people, let's move on.
So
Agreed.
here's the issue, folks. I downloaded Microsoft especially for this meeting. Have not utilized it before. It gives me no icons to turn it off. I would love to turn it off, but maybe you're supposed to think about Children's Health Defense, Oregon chapter. I'm president of that. And maybe we can all work together to rein in OHA's bad decision-making process. But I'll try to turn it off.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're about 2 hours into this. We're going to call a short recess of about 5 minutes. So I will be back in about 5 minutes to continue with the list of people who have signed up to testify. The next person up will be Ben Egley.
Would it be possible to list out like 5 people who need to talk so that they're ready to go when we come back?
Yes.
I'm Ben Egley. I'll be ready after the recess. Just let me know. I'll be ready.
Thank you. We have Ben Egley, Emil Betushana, Michelle McConnell, Rachel Najjar, and Melody Adams up next. And I'm sorry if I messed up your names. So when we come back in about 5 minutes at 12:03.
Can you hear me? I signed up to speak and I was 20 minutes late. I'm Avani Lang and I just want to see if I'm still on the list.
Yes, if you heard from me that you are on the list, we still have you on the list. We are at about number 30 and we have over 120 people that signed up.
I was supposed to get an email of how to even come into this meeting and I never got it, and it was through a friend that I was able to come in here. So that's why I was late. And so if I did get missed in the first 20 minutes, I would really appreciate having that chance, because I was told that I'd get an email of how to even get here, and that never came to me.
And could you put the list in the chat, please? That way we'll know the order, even just first name with last initial, so we can know if it's going to be another hour or two before we have our moment, please. I'm working today, so I can't sit here all day. Thank you.
Thank you. Agreed.
All right, everyone, we're going to start the hearing again. For those of you who might have joined late, I just want to let you know that this is a public hearing on proposed Oregon Administrative Rule 333-019-1025 regarding the adoption of a rule requiring masks to be worn in indoor spaces in Oregon. We have muted all participants due to the number of people on the call, and we are asking not to use video at this time to protect the bandwidth due to the number of people on the call. When I call your name, you can unmute yourself to speak. I have a list of people who have registered to testify, and once we get through the list, I will open it up to see if there's anyone else who would like to provide testimony. We are also taking written comments until 5 p.m. on Monday, January 24th. Written comments can be emailed to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.or.us. We are limiting speakers to 3 minutes, and we have a timer that will go off. We'll allow for a little bit extra time for you to finish your comments, but I may need to cut you off if you go significantly over that time. And the suggestion was made that I put in the chat who the next few people will be that is up, but we have the chat disabled for this meeting, so I'm unable to do that, but I will call up multiple people so that you know who's kind of in the queue. The next person we have on the list is Ben Egley. And then after that, we have Emil Betushana and Michelle McConnell.
Hello, may I begin?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Egley. I am opposed very strongly to the OHA permanent mask law. Permanent means permanent, and this is the most important meeting maybe many of us have been to in our entire life. Just a little bit about me. I am a lifelong Oregonian, married to a lifelong Oregonian, and I have a 4th grade child who attends an elementary school in Tigard, Oregon, which was recently shut down due to persistent COVID and lack of staffing, which means the vaccinations and the masks did not stop the spread of COVID-19 to keep our schools open. People will argue a lot and have been arguing since the beginning of the pandemic about how we can use restrictions, but maybe use less or more, et cetera, et cetera. As far as many of us are concerned here today, the mandates, especially the mask mandates and the business mandates, are unconstitutional, and that should just be the end of discussion. But since the other side seems to be arguing so much with science, we can play that game a little bit. We have heard that the narrative has changed very rapidly recently, but the fact is that masks have not been effective in any way, almost certainly since the beginning. It's the same virus. At the beginning of the pandemic, on a live press conference, Dr. Fauci said that masks do not work. He was also quoted as saying that in an email when it was released, thousands of pages privately. He said masks are really for the infected people to prevent them from spreading an infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring the infection. The narrative again has changed so many times. Our kids are in masks every single day. It's heartbreaking, as you've heard the testimony from other people. As a father of a young child, it drives me crazy that he has to be wearing a mask so often. And when the fact that we're continuing to think that cloth masks are protecting us, when the reality again is that we've lived through this pandemic. Everyone here today is alive. I know a lot of people have lost loved ones, which is very sad, but people have carried on with their normal lives, going to the grocery store, seeing people that they trust, seeing their family, thinking that a cloth mask or a vaccine months after taking it is protecting them, and it's not. OHA has overstepped its boundaries very far in this case, as they have this entire pandemic, and we cannot allow them to implement any laws. It is unfortunate that these laws are having to be backdoored, and mandates and decrees are what's really implementing them. I was talking to people this morning that had no idea that this mask law was even on the table. So it's important that everybody knows that the cause is out there and that we have to stand together and fight. And this is about freedom of choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Emil Betushana, and then we'll have Michelle McConnell and Rachel Najjar. Do we have Emil Betushana on the line? Do we have Michelle McConnell on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so to begin, I just want to say that one of the disastrous consequences of this pandemic has been the censorship of the public from our media and the government. And I want to use this meeting as an example. Although the public is being provided a platform to voice their opinion about masking, we are unable to give this feedback in person. In addition, I can't see the very people, the OHA members, that I am supposed to be speaking to. I have no way to verify that you are even listening to me. I'm a lifelong Oregonian and I love this state. It's my home. I am a registered nurse with 10 years of acute care experience. The endless violations of our human rights under the umbrella of COVID has been heartbreaking. Almost 2 years of masking has shown that there is no public health benefit to masking. In fact, it is the complete opposite. The irreparable harm done to our children, neighbors, and communities will live with us for decades to come. To continue forward with a permanent mask rule in light of this would continue to degrade the public's trust in our government and the healthcare system. There are dangerous and widespread violations of the Oregon and United States Constitution being led by your permanent masking rule. One of the consequences of this masking rule has contributed to widespread and openly accepted discrimination. If someone walks into a store as a healthy person without a mask, they become a target of harassment, verbal abuse, and discrimination. Is that the intent of your nebulous rules? To pit people against each other and commit acts of discrimination in the name of faulty science and propaganda. The exact opposite of equity and inclusion. Talk is cheap. Oregonians are watching, and we expect that the OHA will act with honor and integrity by turning down this permanent mask rule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, excuse me, I'm so sorry, Brittany. This is Emil Bedushana. Can I go? I was having some issues with my microphone.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Emil Bedushana, and I have lived in Jackson County, Oregon for over 16 years.
Record that.
And I have been in the medical field, in the cardiac field, for over 20 years. Please, I want to state this ahead of time. Please refer to my submitted PDF presentation on the effectiveness of masks for SARS-CoV-2 as evidence, and refer to the documentation and citations that lie within that PDF as proof. A lot of people have spoken today about it, so I'm not going to review a lot of that. But I do want to go over your expressed needs for the rule. Your need of indoor masks to control the spread of COVID-19. So that in essence, has not worked for over 2 years. We've not stopped it. We've not slowed it. We've just made people wear masks. And you state that COVID-19 is transmitted when people cough, sneeze, sing, talk, and breathe. So by proposing this rule, you're claiming that the basic human condition of life needs to be restricted, which I think we've been restricted long enough. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that. This proposed rule violates our fundamental rights of experiencing and participating in life, and has hurt all of us, specifically the young and the old. Us in the Middle Ages, we're able to cope with it to some extent, but the young have really suffered from it, and so have the elderly, being away from family and friends due to an illness, and young children that haven't really seen and expressed themselves with each other without masks on is horrible. You know, just with my 20 years of experience in the cardiac field, putting a mask on is going to have detriment, whether or not we've seen it quite yet or not. Chronic obstruction of the cardiopulmonary system leads to chronic disease. So if you keep obstructing someone's breathing, you're going to obstruct and cause chronic disease. People talk about having COPD and sleep apnea. That does the same thing on different aspects. It reduces oxygenation, reduces air going in, meaning that you're going to have some chronic disease come out at the end of this. Okay, so it's quite dangerous. You state the burden as well that has fallen on vulnerable communities within the state. But you know, I've looked at your documentation and have kind of taken it apart, and I want to discuss some of it. You referenced the University of Merced fact sheet that says that there was an increased mortality in high-risk industrial workers, which it did show a high-risk mortality. However, it didn't discuss any factors that would cause mortality. So there's a lot of issues with regard to that. And I'll be done in just a moment. You know, one of the other studies was dealing with the reduction of COVID-19, for instance, and that dealt with had a lot of confounding biases. 31 of 35 studies were moderately to extremely confounded, which means that, you know, that it's incorrect, the conclusions are incorrect, and the data is not valid. So it's a lot of outdated information that needs to be updated, and I really, really oppose this law to stay in effect. I don't want it to continue, and we need to stop masking and live. We are in an endemic.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Rachel Najjar, and then we'll have Melody Adams and Andrew Smith up.
I just want to make sure that you can hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Rachel Najjar, and I'm a mother, Oregonian, and ambassador for Children's Health Defense. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and for all of my fellow Oregonians who have given their heartfelt testimonies. In OHA, we are here meeting again, and I'm asking you again to protect my children's right to breathe clean air. They are our future, and we are here for them. When we were breathing in poisonous air from a local polluter, I was told to put a gas mask on my kids when they go outside. I refuse to do that because it's ridiculous to put the burden on my child when we should be carrying those for them. OHA told me to move if it was a problem for us, and I did, but I came back because I love my state. This is my home, and I will not leave. We need to do everything in our power to ensure our children have freedom to speak their minds, to learn, and to love. Forcing them to cover their mouths will not only block all of the goodness of what childhood is supposed to be, but it will cause serious, irreversible damage. Not allowing them to see adults' faces and read our lips and social cues is not a society that I want to live in. I believe that you feel the same way for your children or loved ones when you really think about the implications of passing this. Masking has impacts way beyond germs, and at some point we need to learn to live with a death rate of less than 1%. Masks are medical devices and go against our God-given right, which can not be taken away by man-made laws. If these masks are effective as you say they are, it should be sufficient protection for anyone that chooses to wear one. Just as I asked my checker at the grocery store, I ask you, who is liable for any harm done to me or my children by these medical devices? If you mandate this, are you willing to also take liability for harm done to my family as a result from wearing them? I have worked hard to heal my family from pollution that we were not protected from by you, and it will be very difficult to add more health problems that I will ultimately be responsible for and pay the cost. After 2 weeks of my kindergartner wearing a mask in school, I had to pull her out because of the viruses and bacteria that she got from the mask. I know that there is a direct correlation because she had an outbreak along the mask line. This is a virus that she will live with forever, unlike COVID-19. Before you make this decision, please ask yourself, is this really the future that you want for your children, your grandchildren? Please, please rethink that.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Melody Adams, and then we'll have Andrew Smith and Charles Froelich.
Hi, Brittany, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Hi, thank you for allowing this testimony. I will repeat what others have said. I was a little disappointed that event one had to actually seek it out. And I came across the notification through communications on Twitter that this was even happening, and that led me to look at the website. So I'm a little disappointed that with the $29 billion budget OHA has, that they failed to do proper public notification to get people involved. If you really wanted to know what people thought, I think that would have been priority in your books. With that said, I go into my comments. I'm an Oregonian. I love this state. I moved here by choice. I want to stay here. I'm disappointed in OHA's gross overreach in proposing a rule change to make a temporary measure permanent. I'm not going to repeat what others have said, but I do want to say I want to thank some of the previous speakers and really prop them up. Angela Todd, Catherine Greene, Chris Brand, Michelle Walker, and Rich Swingle. You all are my heroes. You are fighting for us in ways that we will never know until we see the changes. I encourage you all to get involved with Free Oregon, get involved with Defeat the Mandates for the march in DC on January 23rd to fight back, not just in Oregon, but across the nation. With regards to this rule, there's 3 points I really want to make, 4 points, I'm sorry. First point is, and this has been repeated, but we have to make this clear. This permanent rule change is being proposed with no way out. There's no defined metric to say when this rule would change. OHA has said they would repeal it when deemed necessary, and as it stated, will remain in effect until the state public health director, state public health officer says otherwise. That's unconscionable. There should be a basis. There should be a defined out for this. First of all, it should not even be made permanent. Another point, paragraph 2, subparagraph A, OHA is using case rates as part of the basis for this rule and percent positivity. That is so outdated now, as we're seeing with Omicron. Even Fauci said case counts should no longer be the right metric. So if we're going to rely on, quote, the experts in the field, we should be actually listening to when they say something right. Point 3, paragraph 2, subparagraph D, OHA will use guidance from CDC. We already know they aren't doing that properly. and we know that masks aren't working. I'm not going to repeat. There was some information. I encourage you to get the email from Chris Brand. His email is freeoregonnow@gmail.com. He just sent it to me, and it's some amazing information. I want to close by saying even some world leaders are finally coming to realization that this is not about public safety anymore. It's about freedom. Even Boris Johnson said 2 days ago in England when he's announcing the lifting of the regulations, he stated, "We will trust the judgment of our people and no longer criminalize people who choose not to wear a mask." We are citizens of the United States. Let's act like we're free Americans once and for all. Join us in DC on January 23rd to fight the band-aids. And I appreciate you giving me some time to speak on this. And I hope you listen to us.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Andrew Smith, and then we'll have Charles Froelich.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andrew Smith. I'm a resident of downtown Portland. I'm against the OHA proposal. I've reluctantly been vaccinated 4 times, 2 primary COVID, 1 COVID booster, and a flu shot. And I really think masking is overkill for people like me and everyone else. What you are advocating with what you call indefinite duration for this next mandate is masking potentially forever with no limiting principle. You're basically owning power to tell people what to do on a daily basis. And Oregonians have the right to make their own healthcare decisions. Question I have for you is, where is the guarantee that you will ever rescind the proposed indefinite mask ruling? And there isn't one written. And it's only up to 2 people, Rachel Banks and Dean Seidlinger, to either rescind or reinstate it at any given time. It seems to give OHA too much power. Whatever happened to things like our economic rights, laissez-faire, the absence of government control and interference in the workings of free market capitalism? Let people take control over the course of their own lives, do their own thinking, follow their own hearts without government interference. It's much better if you use peaceful persuasion as opposed to the coercion of mandates. We can successfully ask and educate people to use masks and get vaccinated if that works for them, but never force or coerce with abusive fines and mandates unless you set yourself up as some sort of tyrant or abuser of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Charles Froelich, and then we'll have Aaliyah Knight if they are on the line.
Okay, hello, good morning. My name is Charles Froelich. Brittany, thank you for giving me time today. I'm here as a private citizen. I have lived in Multnomah County since 1991, and I've operated my small business in downtown Portland since 1995. I'm absolutely against your proposed indefinite, AKA permanent, mask mandate. Your new rule proposal is terrifying, and mere discussion of it is pushing Oregon further into a backwards global joke. The current mask mandate, plus Oregon Health Authority and Governor Brown's continuously renewed state of emergency powers, should be revoked immediately. Global studies prove that wearing masks have 0 to minimal efficacy containing a virus. They are not practical, and they have extremely negative effects and costs that you are not acknowledging. Masks stunt cognitive development. Masks stunt social skills and block language development in youth. You surely know how IQs have been dropping over the past 2 years. Does childhood development not matter to you any longer? Unwinding the negative effects could take decades to solve. Masks isolate all individuals. Why have our country's suicide and drug overdose rates skyrocketed in the past few years? Why? Because your lockdowns and medical mandates are pushing people into despair. Shame on you, OHA. Face masks instill fear, paranoia, and stress, which all reduce life expectancy. You're proposing an onerous initiative. Shame on you. You're not lawmakers. Do not mandate masks or the so-called vaccines. Governor Brown and OHA Director Patrick Allen's press conferences have only projected doom and gloom. Why are they so pessimistic? Shame on them. I naively expected optimistic, practical, and helpful advice from our elected and appointed leaders, but they are focused on suffering and death. They do not have Oregonian health in mind. They fail to give any pragmatic support for people to maintain good health. Their time is up. They must step aside now. Why do they not mention that most Oregonians are deficient in vitamin D? Vitamin D is affordable, widely available, and extremely helpful for robust health. How about vitamin C? Why no discussion of Oregonians improving their diet and physical fitness? Why no mention of early treatment protocols that are proven to reduce illness and keep people out of hospitals? Why isn't any of that $28 billion going to support joy and happiness? OHA Director Allen has a bureaucratic background in banking, not health. He was appointed, not elected. His time is up. OHA's silver bullets have been life-crushing lockdowns and isolation, and now you're working towards vaccine and mask mandates. I have just another moment left. Wake up. The shutdowns and isolation have pushed Americans into despair, effectively shuttering small businesses. Come visit me in Old Town Portland, and I'll show you how unhappy this city is. Small businesses are a backbone of life for people around the world. So many businesses like mine rely on significant commerce from outside of Oregon, but people who live in free states and free countries have zero interest in traveling to a lockdown tyrannical Oregon. The state is obviously sliding backwards, and that must be turned around. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Aaliyah Knight, if they are on the line, and then we'll have Caleb McPeak, and Danny Ella.
I'm just saying for Aaliyah Knight that she is not able to attend, so I'm letting you know so you don't have to keep repeating it.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know. Do we have a Caleb McPeak on the line?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, perfect. Okay, so thank you. My name is Caleb McPeak. I am a citizen of Oregon, a resident of Portland, and like everyone else on this call, I am 100% against this overreaching proposed permanent masking rule. When I decided what I was going to say here today, 3 minutes is a lot of time. I thought of all the ways I could begin, starting with how OHA is composed of a bunch of unelected and unqualified Governor Brown appointees who love to obfuscate and evade. I could note that the supporting documentation used as evidence for this rule's necessity is, as of today, nearly 1.5 months out of date and does not even begin to account for the transmissibility of Omicron or its reduced severity. I could emphasize that the proposed rule states that it can be rescinded when certain metrics are reached, but the rule's language does not specify any such end metrics at all. I could have even said, if there was a specific end metric in mind, it wouldn't matter anyway, because the data on hospitalizations and deaths and cases have questionable accuracy at best, for or with COVID, deaths from yesterday or a year ago. I could outline how the CDC has confirmed cloth masks are useless against Omicron, and that the truth is that to make a difference, it's going to be an N95 mask or better, but those are expensive, impossible to wear for long periods of time, and not approved for children's use. And even if they were, it would require a fit test and proper donning and doffing training and fit testing. We could talk about the 70% of the state that's fully vaccinated and have appropriate and early treatments, and we've seen deaths plummet. And I could even point to 2 days ago where the UK removed all mask restrictions. I could point to Fauci and the CDC, who have unequivocally said that COVID is endemic and will be with us forever. Or I could point to the inequitability of a $500 fine for individuals. But really what I want to point out is the hypocrisy and the farcical nature of the masking mandate when it comes to gyms and restaurants. I can wear a mask for 10 seconds in a restaurant and then sit at a table for 2 hours spewing aerosols and not have anyone complain. I go into a gym and want to exercise, you know, run on the treadmill, do some rowing, take your mask off for 1 second to breathe, and you're getting screamed at. This is insanity. OHA has never once given anyone guidelines on how to stay healthy or treat COVID early on. And then they're here telling me that I can't even breathe freely while working out and maintaining fitness and health to prevent that. This is illogical. It's like absolute madness. It's a double standard that I cannot accept, but I know that OHA will, because the reality is that they don't care what we have to say. They've already made up their minds and they're gonna do this, whether it's medically or socially necessary or not. So hopefully, you know, they listen to this. I doubt that they do, but in the end, you know, people are going to mask if they want to mask, and they're free to do so. But the rest of us who find it unnecessary want to make a health decision. Unmask Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Danny Ella, and then we'll have Kimberly Rice and Danny Statso.
Hello, this is Daniela. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a Eugene, Oregon resident, forest lover, and I am here to fully oppose the permanent indoor masking rule. It's unnecessary, ridiculous, and dangerous for our democracy. By the way, why is Kay Brown not on this call? I used to wear the mask. Then I started to ask questions and look into things myself, track data, and I saw clearly that COVID is the largest drug deal of history, and the vaccine push is a crime against humanity. Citizens are losing their jobs while pharma is getting richer. This is a pandemic of the inflated numbers. Everything we've been promised by the CDC was incorrect. Censorship, coercion, and discrimination based on vaccination status and masking are about to become normal in our society, sadly. Around the world, the survival rate of COVID is over 99%, and 90% of the reported deaths were people over 60 years old who also have pre-existing conditions. I looked deep into the data in Oregon, and the 5 people 0 to 19 years old reported as COVID deaths here in our state all have pre-existing conditions. I don't hear you talk about that. This means that they died with COVID as opposed to from COVID. Per Fauci and CDC directors' recent public statements, the COVID hospitalization numbers are inflated. Can everyone please mute? I'm hearing noise. Thanks. COVID does not justify vaccine or masking mandates. The mandates and rules that you're issuing under this false state of emergency are government overreach and unconstitutional. I know people all over the country and they laugh at Oregon for continuing to push masks. We've been trying to reach OHA and the governor over email and phone to sound the alarms. We've been ignored, but we are keeping track and we've been gearing up to hold you all accountable, and the law is on our side. On the topic of masks, cloth masks are just for show. N95 masks are good for, please mute. Thanks. N95 masks are good for surgical procedures. Surgeons don't perform surgery when they're sick. N95 masks are not meant to be worn every day for many hours by people who don't know how to properly fit them. More facts. Masks reduce oxygen intake that has a negative effect on functions of the heart. Harmful bacteria accumulates in them. Children are already showing signs of psychological decline, and masks do not stop the viral particles. I could go on. If you like abuse of government, do me a favor and get out of the United States and go live in Venezuela, and let's see how long you make it there. I know people there that are fleeing out of that country. Let's make COVID endemic and continue with our lives. Hey, Governor Kay Brown and OHA, you have no jurisdiction over my body, and I don't trust you. We will fight back, and we will not comply with any of your mandates. You've been poking at the bear for too long. The bear is up. Now back off. And this is an extract of the Oregon Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. We declare that all power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded in their authority, and they have at all times a right to alter, reform, or abolish the government in such manner as they may think proper. And lastly, we're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Stand up, Oregon. Let's do this. Thank you.
That was awesome. We're done. We're all done.
Thank you. The
I'm
next
not done. I
person
got
we-
plenty to say.
That was great.
The next person we have on the list is Kimberly Rice, and then we'll have Danny Statso and Ann Nealand.
This is Kimberly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Danny. That's a little bit hard to follow. My name is Kimberly Rice. I'm a 26-year veteran school teacher. I live in Beaverton, Oregon, and I'm currently on unpaid leave for opposing the mandates. Just so you know, I still have 6 weeks of sick leave that I've never needed to use because I am a healthy, active individual, but yet I'm not allowed to be in the classroom with my beautiful students. I am in opposition to masking rules because of what I have seen it do to my students and my families. Masks harm children. As a kindergarten teacher, I've experienced the negative impacts firsthand. Masks visually induce fear, and when children are afraid, they are not in a mental capacity to learn. Us teachers spent weeks at the beginning of this school year trying to help children adjust to their school environment and masks. Still, my students were sad, sullen, and fearful. My heart hurt every single day of the 25 days that I got to be with them before I was removed from my classroom, because I knew they did not need to be masked and that it was psychologically harming them. Masks interfered with their social and emotional development as they dehumanize us. When faces are masked, expressions are masked, students cannot read one another's cues. Humans are meant to communicate with body and facial language in conjunction with spoken word. I too have a a hearing impairment, and masks very much interfered with my ability to communicate with my students. We can't communicate with masks, and they contribute to children's fears and social emotional distress and anxiety. Also, language development and learning to read was very impeded in my classroom. My students were not able to learn their letters and sounds with my face and their faces masked. My students with speech delays and communication disorders were doubly impacted. Why is this happening? Because it's not natural for us to be wearing masks. It is unnatural, it is dehumanizing, and it is unhealthy. Can you imagine trying to understand a tiny kindergartner whose voice is soft and muffled, hidden behind a mask? These are just but a few of the hard truths about how masks harm children that my students and I personally experienced. There are many more that I will not go into due to time that I have here. In short, there are absolutely no benefits to masking children or any person, only detriments. Since children are not at a risk for COVID, it only stands to reason that they're being forced to mask because the school districts are monetarily benefiting from them doing so. And still today, school districts are being given millions upon millions of dollars to harm our children with masking. Shame on OHA for perpetuating masking for all, namely children. The pandemic's over. There's no need to continue masking the public. There are more than 146 million Americans that have natural immunity. Let's get on with our lives. Take off the masks now.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Danny Stasso, and then we'll have Ann Nealand and Adriana Capobianco.
Good afternoon. I am a retired psychologist, had practiced for 35 years. I came to Oregon a couple of years ago because I just really like the atmosphere here. I like the weather here. I like everything about this place. But I noticed that things were beginning to change and going in a different direction. I noticed that there's no pandemic in history that's ever lasted more than 18 months. And yet we were led to believe that after 24 months, we're still in danger. I was at the store the other day and I noticed with people wearing masks that they were looking sullen, almost in despair. Nobody was making any eye contact. And I know that the mental health in this state is pretty bad. It just seems to be getting worse over time. I was curious about why there was this focus on Oregon and other states about this perpetual clamping down of our society. I read a book last summer by Klaus Schwab called COVID-19 and the Great Reset. And in that book, I can quote him as saying that even though the COVID-19 is the least lethal pandemic we've had in 2,000 years, this is a good enough reason to start the Great Reset. I didn't know much about the Great Reset at the time, but as I checked more into it, it appears that there's a slogan connected to it. It's called Build Back Better. And I see it on the Biden's administration. And it appears that there are many states that are joining in this Build Back Better concept. And the Build Back Better, as I look around, things are not building back better. They're being torn down. And I see a society being torn down. And the way I see this, in large part, is the masking. Human beings are designed to see each other, to talk to each other. We will recognize people's faces, to have a feeling of community. And this is being broken apart. And the masking is a huge, huge part of this. We have your left hemisphere of your brain is focusing on your eyes. The right hemisphere is focusing on your face. We need to have a whole brain to be able to sense what people are experiencing, to be able to feel close to people. So we've been breaking down bonds in our society. This is extremely dangerous. And when I see other countries like Australia clamping down, I'm worrying that Oregon is following the lead of Australia, that we will become a society built upon tyranny and totalitarianism. This is just one step closer to that. And when I hear about the vaccine passports, another piece of the puzzle, we're inching our way toward totalitarianism. And people don't see the danger and the risk of this. So I urge the OHA not to go this direction because you will be participating in this. It will affect you directly. Everybody working for OHA will be affected adversely in all of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Ann Nealand, and then we'll have Adriana Capobianco and Lauren Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Nealand. I live in Oregon. I am adamantly opposed to any masking mandates in Oregon. Yesterday, Boris Johnson of England said he's rolling back COVID restrictions and including self-isolation and mask mandates. The Czech Republic is also rolling back COVID restrictions, and millions are on the streets of Europe refusing COVID vaccine passports and restrictions. Most Americans don't know this because of the intense censorship in this country. So it's time to wake up, Kate Brown, time to wake up, OHA. Our future is not COVID restrictions, and the future is not tyranny. Just like people around the world, Americans and Oregonians will not stand for it. The OHA proposed rule for permanent mask mandates is more of the same misguided, tyrannical nonsense that Oregonians reject. Oregon is only one of a small number of states that even have mask mandates, and yet cases based on bogus and excessive testing are now driving this pandemic and providing false justification for more draconian rules like a permanent mask mandate. Masking policies are not working and are not based in science because science does not support the idea of a teeny tiny virus being contained by masks with far larger holes, or the idea that our children are protected in any way by indoor and outdoor masking, which is in fact causes speech and language delays, bacterial infections, cognitive disruptions, hypercapnia, depression, mental health issues, and more. The science shows masks are ineffective. Lots of videos online show that even with multiple N95 masks worn at the same time, the vapor, the water droplets of a person's breath circulate in the air beyond the mask. I know this is not a school mask mandate question right now, but a permanent mask mandate would set the baseline for other mask mandates like school mandates in Oregon. And so I call out to parents throughout Oregon, if this mandate passes, take your children out of public and private schools that require your children to wear masks. The ESSER 3 federal funds are driving these mask mandates in school, and they demonstrate that Kate Brown and her administration respond to money. So parents, your money speaks too. $10,000 per child comes out of the public school budget when you pull your child out. So take action and protect your children by pulling them out of school if these mask mandates continue. In closing, to OHA and Kate Brown, it is not too late to step back from the failed and unhealthy restrictions like a permanent mask mandate. Please take the lead to do the right thing for Oregonians and set an example for our nation. Please stand for medical freedom, one of the freedoms that America was founded on. This means no mask mandates, no vaccine passports. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Quick question. How many people have signed up against on this and how many people have signed up for?
I had about 125 people sign up to testify. The majority signed up against. There were some people who said they were neutral, and then there were quite a few people who declined to provide their position.
So there's not a single registered person who was for the mask mandates, is that right?
Not that registered ahead of time. We have quite a few more people on the call than people who notified me that they wanted to speak ahead of time, though. All right,
what does that tell you?
The next person we have up is Adriana Capobianco, and then we'll have Lauren Smith and Amanda Clark.
Avani Lang is also on the call and would like to be called on. Don't pass.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, it's an honor to speak today on behalf of Oregon and what it is that we're envisioning for our children and for all future generations. Never before have our collective freedoms and human rights been under such an overt attack. Our freedom movement is growing worldwide at an exponential rate. And while listening to this testimony, I hear one truth that will ultimately be your downfall, OHA. There are more of us than there are of you, and your days in leadership are numbered. Oregonians are done asking for our freedoms to be returned to us. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say, in case of an emergency, throw all this out. We just have to remember who we are and that we already are free. Many of us believe there is a connection between breath and spirit. Ancient ideas of prana or chi connect breathing to something spiritual. Breath is considered a sacred phenomenon for many practitioners around the world, including myself. To deny us clear access to this life breath energy can be considered a form of religious prosecution and is a direct violation of our constitutional rights. I believe this perma-masking law is being pushed through for nefarious ends to directly attack our human spirit. The choice is clear, and it's one of either fear or love. Your breath is sacred, and love is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have up is Lauren Smith, and then we'll have Amanda Clark and Amelia Barton.
And this is Lauren. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So Oregon has been under a state of emergency since March 8th, 2020. Now, OHA wants to implement permanent statewide mask mandates with a $500 fine per person per daily occurrence. All for a virus that has a 99.8% survival rate and is now, thanks to the Omicron variant, being compared to the common cold. Mandatory masks have never been about science. but about power and social control. Masks dehumanize us and serve as a constant reminder that we should be afraid. Fear is an extremely powerful human motivator, and demagogues in government know how to stimulate it for their own power. When you make a person afraid, you can control them. Face coverings cause real harm to the American psyche, provide no medical benefit, and distract us from more important health policy issues. There's clearly a desire for the pandemic to continue, even though the acute dangers have long since passed due to Omicron, a less threatening variant, and the availability of natural immunity and therapeutics. It's disturbing to see how the government's oppression increases as the threat decreases. Mandatory masks have conditioned many Americans to accept the abuses of our liberty. They create the foundation on which governments continue to justify emergency measures and rule by executive fiat. And it creates a national mood of consent that America will accept indefinite government expansion because we face a new normal. If you believe OHA will repeal this permanent rule once they deem it no longer necessary, you're sadly mistaken. Remember, this all began with 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Now, just 2 short years later, we have mask mandates, vaccine passports, travel restrictions, endless testing, virtual learning, quarantines for people without symptoms, and never-ending states of emergency from the unchecked and uncontrolled bureaucratic class. If you need further evidence, think back to 9/11 when the Patriot Act was introduced to increase power in the hands of government. They told us, oh, don't worry, these are temporary measures that are only going to be in place for as long as necessary to get this crisis, this emergency under control. 20 years later, the Patriot Act is very much in place, and its uses and applications have expanded significantly beyond its original intention. It's almost never used for terrorism, but rather for the government to spy on its citizens. When you build bureaucratic apparatuses that vest power into the hands of the state to control the lives of citizens in the name of some temporary crisis, it is never temporary. It never goes away. There's never a political motive to dismantle it. Even if there was a cure for COVID tomorrow, they would just transform it into something else. These powers once vested are very difficult to pry out of the hands of tyrannical governments. We have been lied to for 2 years, and what the government and social media has done to the American people by stoking fear and panic is criminal. I encourage all of you to read Pandemia by Alex Berenson and learn the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, we're at about the 1 o'clock mark, which is what the original hearing was scheduled for. We are going to go over time so that everyone who has signed up to testify or would like to testify is able to. We do ask that you keep your comments brief as possible, and try not to be repetitive or repeat things that have already been said earlier today. We are accepting written comments until 5 p.m. on Monday, January 24th. Those can be sent to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us. The next person we have scheduled is Amanda Clark, and then we'll have Amelia Barton and Laura Kelton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
We are constantly told to follow the science. A quick review of scientific studies that I found regarding effectiveness in using masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19 include the major double-blind macro mask study conducted by Bungard in Denmark found that statistically wearing a mask did not affect rates of COVID-19 infection. A study by Shaw and Company concluded that sealed masks with no gaps were only 10 to 12% effective. I think we all know that most people do not wear properly sealed masks. Frank Drunick and colleagues published in Aerosol Science and Technology found that as little as 2% gap reduced effectiveness by 75%. As the gaps increased, the effectiveness dropped to 0. On June 5th, 2020, the WHO provided guidance which stated, at present, there's no direct evidence on the effectiveness of universal masking of healthy people in the community to prevent infection with respiratory viruses, including COVID-19. Data analysis conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research reviewed a total of 25 US states and 23 countries concluded neither lockdowns nor mask mandates led to a reduced COVID transmission rates or deaths. There are numerous other studies which have debunked the effectiveness of masks at preventing COVID transmission. Mask mandates are a type of security theater. They are not based in science and are ineffective at their stated purpose, have detrimental effects, and violate our personal freedoms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person is Amelia Barton, and then we'll have Laura Kelton and Paloma Sparks. And I just want to remind speakers, please state your name before you start speaking as well, even though I'm calling your name. So do we have Amelia Barton on the line?
I'm sorry, yes, Amy Barton is on the line.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so Amelia Barton, I'm in Beaverton, Oregon, and I am strongly against the permanent mask mandate and COVID restrictions. I'm a mom of 2 college students, and I've been working in high tech for 25 years. I'm also a longtime Democrat that I now identify as former Democrat, even though I worked on the Obama and Clinton campaigns. I love Oregon and its people. The past 2 years have been difficult for all of us. Everyone is trying to survive and do their best, and hopefully all have positive intentions. We heard from Hayden, who spoke really eloquently on Omicron and how anybody is getting infected, whether it's vaccinated or not vaccinated, mask or no mask. And we've seen that Omicron has significantly reduced the case fatality rate and reduced hospitalization rates compared to Delta and Alpha. And fortunately, it's a much less lethal variant. We've heard a lot of that already. We've seen the US have absolutely been soaring with numbers with Omicron. I shared 2 charts, one on that, and the second on states that have mask mandates and those that don't. And we can see that they're showing nearly identical trends. And those states that have little or no masking currently have lower case rates. And I also said that even researchers in the remote station of Antarctica that were fully social distanced and vaccinated have also caught Omicron. So clearly the restrictive measures are failing and they must be ended entirely. I have shared 2 charts, one of Oregon and one of Los Angeles, that show that the restrictive mask mandates and vaccine mandates are not working because they have not impacted the curve. Do note that Los Angeles reported a 95% mask compliance on December 17th, 2021, just before cases rose exponentially, and they instituted a vaccine passport the month prior. These measures are failing. A definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. Masks don't work to stop transmission of the virus and cause harm to wearers and society at large. Here are a few quotes and content from CDC and the FDA websites. The CDC says masks don't work for wildfire smoke, and the virus is 25 times smaller than a smoke particle, so therefore it cannot work for viruses. The CDC admitted that cloth masks don't work. The FDA website says, while surgical masks may be effective in blocking splashes and large particle droplets, a face mask by design, it does not filter or block very small particles in the air that may be transmitted by coughs, sneezes, and certain medical procedures. N95s are considered respirators, not masks, and are dangerous, as we heard, if not used following proper training, fitting, and time limitations. N5 respirators are not designed for children, and the CDC acknowledges that an N95 user is always going to experience some level of difficulty breathing and can cause oxygen deprivation, dizziness, metabolic stress, bruising, etc. Masks cause more harm than good. We've heard that. A permanent mask rule, lockdowns, and vaccine passports have no place in our beloved Oregon and no place in the constitutional democracy. They're creating a society where neighbors report on neighbors for not wearing masks. Under the emergency use authorization laws, Americans have the right to refuse emergency use experimental medical interventions, including mass tests and vaccines. The fines proposed of $500 per day are a form of coercion, are illegal and unconstitutional. Our path out of this is freedom, freedom to wear a mask or not, freedom to take an experimental medication or not, or intervention, freedom to live without coercive restrictions. The choice is here. What will you choose, freedom or oppression? I choose freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Laura Kelton, and then we'll have Paloma Sparks and Troy Runston.
Hi, this is Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're pretty quiet though. I don't know if
Yeah. Is this any better?
it's still a little faint, but I can hear you.
Okay. My name is Kelton. I'm a resident of Oregon. I'm opposed to this or any mandate, temporary or permanent. This is simply about power. It's about control and money. You are an untrustworthy body. What is fueling you is federal money. That's a pretty strong persuasion for your decision to make a permanent mandate on mask and vaccine. Simply put, we are in a pandemic. COVID is here. It's going to be here. So with this authoritarian power you are grabbing for unlimited, no end in sight, you state metrics being met, but you do not state what those metrics are. So I'm just going to make this short. At what point do we as Oregonians stand up and preserve our constitutional rights? There is no one stopping people from wearing a mask if they feel it protects them. It's my body, it's my decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Paloma Sparks, and then we'll have Troy Runston and Darcy Wallace.
Good afternoon, Paloma Sparks with Oregon Business and Industry. And I just wanted to put a couple comments into the record. First, we would urge you to identify clear, measurable metrics for when the rules will no longer be needed. I think this is really important for the public and also our employees to have an idea of why they are needed right now and why and when they would no longer be needed. The longer we keep sort of this vague standard in place, the harder it is for businesses to comply with both OHA's rules and OSHA's rules. So we urge you to make that change. Additionally, the private individual workspace language needs to be a lot more flexible. There are folks that are working in indoor spaces but are quite separate from one another. For example, you could have people working in cubicles, but there's significant distance between one another. We've also made, lots of businesses have made real investments in their HVAC systems to ensure safety standards, and we have mask requirements for when people are moving around, but it's really hard to get folks to want to work in an office environment or any other environment if they're in their own sort of private area and they have to wear a mask all day. So we urge you to allow, if people are working separated by some distance, that they would not have to wear masks. I'd also note that a lot of the CDC guidance we've heard and lots of guidance that we've heard from the federal government is that unvaccinated people have to wear masks, but vaccinated people do not. That would be very helpful in our conversations with our employees to ask them to comply with the existing OSHA and OHA rules. As it is, it's getting more and more challenging because people are getting frustrated and tired. So ask you to make those changes. Appreciate you hearing our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Troy Runston, and then we'll have Darcy Wallace and Christy Goncharovsky. Do we have a Troy Runston on the line? If so, if you could please unmute yourself. Do we have a Darcy Wallace?
Oh, I don't think you called me in the beginning. Am I actually still on your list?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Do we have a Darcy Wallace on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Please
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm here today also to urge you to vote no on the administrative rule for permanent indoor masking. The right thing to do is not always easy. It's almost never black and white. To consider a permanent rule with such far-reaching impact, we have a duty to fully consider the risks from many angles, and this has not been done. It cannot be assumed that permanent mask wearing has no possible downside. As humans, we are all reliant on facial expressions for understanding and conveying meaning. We are biologically hardwired to recognize the most minute of facial changes, not just for survival, but to thrive as a species. Even as the pandemic eventually fades, keeping these masks on is causing lasting harm to our community. I can look at downtown Portland to see the results of this pandemic and the long-term mental health and economic struggles plaguing us. With the masks, every person looks like a potential threat, not a fellow human being. We soon grow to distrust these faceless strangers, projecting all our own worst fears and emotions on them. Look at the stories of minimum wage workers with the public. Restaurants and retail are all talking about a huge spike in arguments and fights during this pandemic. Tempers are short, and we're all taking it out on each other. We're not out of the woods, but I truly believe things are much better than a year ago or in March 2020. We have treatments for COVID. We have more data on the shots. We have greater herd immunity. The hard work of our communities coming together from all fields and from the science is why we've made it this far. Everyone has made many sacrifices, but the masks have outlived their perceived usefulness and are having real-world harms. The American Academy of Pediatrics has discussed in scientific literature that children are already seeing delayed development, as many people have alluded to today. They desperately need to see faces, many faces, to learn to empathize and socialize with their community as adults. The deaf and the hard of hearing have been forced to impede their communication, as I've heard today, and I've heard little, if any, discussion about the harm to this community of people. Crime has skyrocketed, not just here, but around the country. This is especially true in cities where mask mandates have been in place. And despite these mandates and high compliance, we have high COVID cases just like anywhere else without restrictions. Masks may seem like an easy solution, but they are largely symbolic. They create the impression of doing something against COVID without actually doing what they claim to do. We must focus on the real hard work of expanding our healthcare capacity, hiring more health professionals, and adding ICU capacity. This takes time, money, and effort, but is imperative for the long term. Our population is growing and aging, which means if we don't address this, the stress to our healthcare system will only grow. So I must implore you, what is the off-ramp? What is the end goal of all this? Are we to treat every human as a potential disease vector forever? What is this going to do to our communities as they try to rebuild from the effect of prolonged lockdowns, inflation, and our broken healthcare systems? If we can't see each other, can't trust anyone, how can we be healthy again? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christy Goncharovsky, and then we'll have Elizabeth Cable and Dean Scrutton. Do we have a Christy Goncharovsky on the line? Do we have Elizabeth Cable?
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Elizabeth Cable. I am a Lane County resident, born and raised, 4 generations buried in Brownsville, Oregon. 2 generations buried here in Eugene. I oppose the permanent adoption indoor masking rule OAR 333-019-1025 at this present time. Masks are medical. It is not the state's right to enforce anything medical on the people. I suffer from anxiety and asthma, and I have been troubled for the past 2 years by mask wearing. And in fact, I wear a lace mask just to get by when I absolutely have to. I've almost fainted twice in Fred Meyer. I am a proud member of Free Lane County and Free Oregon. I am a previous teacher from working for the city of Eugene for 4J Schools District's after school programs, where I taught meditation and art and music to children. And even in those days, prior to children wearing masks, there were hardships and learning disabilities. And I care deeply for children, and I suffer daily. for them. I think that this $29 billion budget and the greed that seems to underlie these rulings will not save you, OHA members who have been appointed by Kate Brown. This money and this greed will not save you from the wrath of the people. I am unafraid. I will rise up and I will fight for Oregon and for my rights here. First Amendment, Second Amendment, all of the amendments. I'm proud to be healthy after fighting COVID for 13 days, establishing natural immunity with an IgG positive test, long-term immunity. COVID is survivable. Overcoming the anxiety caused by propaganda and the media and the fear mongering that's been going down is stunning, and we need to rise up and help each other, because obviously OHA is not supportive of using that $29 billion to help people remain healthy. I will not wear a mask. I will not wear a mask. I will not wear a mask. And I'm grateful for you, Brittany, to include me in this. And I'm grateful for everyone who has already spoken. The details are unarguable, and it is obvious. I don't know if OHA is even going to listen to this. They're all comfortable in their houses, probably won't even acknowledge this. And I hope that we can push the next meeting on Monday, the 24th further, so that we can have people held accountable to listen to all of these testimonies, which are so incredibly important.
Mask.
We are rising up. We will not stop. I am fearless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Dean Scrutton, and then we'll have Avani Lang and Benjamin Kibler.
Excuse me, can you hear me? You did
Yeah.
call my name. This is Christy Goncharowski. I just, for some reason, was having technical issues. Can I please go?
Okay. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Christy Goncharowski.
We can take our tax money and leave. All we have to do is drive across.
Just a moment. I'm going to
We don't
mute
need
everyone.
passport.
All right, Christy, you'll need to unmute yourself again, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. My name is Christy Goncharowski. I'm a mother and a very concerned citizen. I am also a volunteer of an organization called the Children's Health Defense, which I am so proud of to be. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective. At a time when we are needing more connection, smiling is powerful. It releases a flood of feel-good hormones that elevate our mood, decrease stress, and reduce anger. And when people see our smile, they have brain neurons called mirror neurons, which prompt them to smile back. Masks change the way we connect with each other, and our connections with each other are the #1 reason we live well and live longevity. Yes, I said #1. Masks affect the way we are heard and seen, and this affects the way we get and give support to each other as a community. Now, our public health officials are proposing bills which will further disconnect our people. With an indefinite timeline, to what end are we going with these types of mandates? We need to consider the effects of masks on our mental state for the healing of our people. There were 903 citizens who ended their life in Oregon in 2021. That means about 3 Oregonians will be ending their lives today by suicide, which will rip the foundations from under their friends and family. That is a staggering number, and the numbers keep going up, and no one is paying attention, especially for our young teens and adults. This is the highest number of suicides this state has ever seen. It is a 15.5% increase in the last 5 years. It is the leading cause of death for teens, and this is a crisis that needs your attention. We are entering our 3rd year of COVID, and despite the fear the mainstream media continues to push, we are getting things under control. Hospital occupancy is down by 1/3, and there are early prevention treatments and antiviral drugs with proven success. According to Dr. Rochelle Walensky, there's currently a 91% reduced risk of death with Omicron. I implore you, Oregon Health Authority and all other authorities, to consider the effects of masks on our great state's mental health. We need connection right now. We need healing and community. We need smiles that tell those who are in distress that everything will be okay. Please allow there to be light at the end of this tunnel. Do not pass this bill. I will repeat one more time the definition of insanity. It is to continue the same behavior over and over again and expect a different result. I am proudly marching in DC this weekend, and I hope all those that have the capacity to be there will be there to join us and defeat these mandates. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Dean Scrutton, and then we'll have Avani Lang and Troy Runston if he's joined.
Thank you. This is Dean Scrutton, Clackamas County resident. I oppose the permanent mask rule, and there's been so many great comments here today discussed around some of the harm that this is doing. But I think that I want to focus on a couple of things. One is, you know, we need to transition. We need to flip the page. There'll be plenty of time to do a post-analysis on how Oregon approached the pandemic, how our neighbors approached the pandemic, the things that OHA and others did. But we're in a different spot now for a number of reasons. We're in a different spot with the virus. We're in a different spot with therapeutics. We're in a different spot with natural immunity and vaccines and all sorts of different things. And to continue to just go back to the same playbook or make it seem as if nothing has changed and to keep the same strategy is problematic. And I think it's particularly problematic, as several speakers have said, for our poor children. And so much has been shared about the problems with masks for children's development, for their mental health, but also just the experience of life. I hope that anyone considering voting yes to make this permanent thinks about our poor children. And I think at a minimum, they need to be first and foremost in your mind, both in terms of they should be carved out at a minimum if there's any extension. Kids, as they were at the beginning of this pandemic in Oregon, should not be included in anything. And I would ask that it not be extended or put in place at all, but at a minimum, the children need to be carved out. We have 2 children that are young. They've lived basically almost a third of their life not seeing strangers' faces. They don't see a smile when they walk in the grocery store. They don't see it at when we go into a restaurant. They don't see it from their teacher. I don't understand how anyone thinking through policy would think that that's not going to have long-term effects. And these children have done so much for us and for older generations through this pandemic. It is 2 years in. These kids have sacrificed and done so much that we have asked them to do, too much. In fact, it is their time to regain some normalcy. They're scared. They're scared unnecessarily. These kids are at very low risk at this point, and having the permanent mask for everyone that they see and interact with is causing them additional anxiety. And so I would just ask that we really think about them first, as any society should. It's also a fake construct to tell them that people's decisions don't matter, their health. If folks that have lived full and rich lives have made poor health decisions, and we put that on the back of a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old, that is problematic. It's fake. It's not how life works. So please consider the children, allow them to return to normal. We've seen our neighbors' states and how it can be done and keep deaths low. And I would just beg your consideration for our youngest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Avani Lang, and then Troy Runston and Benjamin Kibler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Avani Lang. I'm a fierce, loving, and protective mother, as well as a hardworking Oregonian. I'm honored to be here today to let you know how strongly I oppose this permanent mask mandate proposal. I do not consent to your authoritarian ways and will not allow you to shape and mold our children's futures in the foundation of tyranny. Our future in this state and country will not be of a totalitarian state, and that is precisely what you are asking to have today. And I am here to say your request is denied. I have sat here and listened to the many community voices pleading to you today in opposition of this motion. I thank them, and also am here to reiterate the many solid points and facts they have stated. But I am also familiar with how little respect you have for facts versus financial gain, and how little respect there is for any of our voices. And that this public comment being held today is in no way an opportunity to be heard and considered. It's to throw us a bone and make us believe we matter and our voices are considered. And so I'm here to say, we the people of Oregon, we do matter, and we do not need your permission. You need ours, and we have made it very clear for a very long time now, that you do not have our consent, and we will rise to your every tyrannical attempts to rule over our sovereign and natural born rights. We will protect and defend them to the fullest extent. We and our children are not for sale. I am not asking you or pleading with you to not make a permanent mask mandate. I am telling you, do not dare to back off, stand down, remember who you serve, and you will be held accountable if not. You are asking to violate Nuremberg Code of Ethics, international law. Your policies that have already been put in place have already resulted in harm to Oregonians. And again, your request as of today is fully denied. I will continue to not wear a mask irregardless of any decision that is to be made from today's hearing. Oregonians have had enough. Oregonians have had enough, yes. But what I meant to say is Oregonians have enough heart and brains to make their own heartfelt, educated decisions that protect our entire community as a whole. And we do not need to be treated like subjects without a voice or purpose. Let my people go and remove these aspiration restriction devices from all of us, especially from our children. And how dare you? You will not be having this mask mandate. So that is all that I really have to say. And thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Troy Runston, if he's joined on the line, and then we'll have Benjamin Kibler and Michael Angelo.
I can hear everybody going off for you.
Do we have a Troy Runston on the line? All right, Benjamin Kibler.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I would like to start with thanking you all for allowing me to speak on the proposed permanent mask rule. I'm happily married with one child in which I represent us all today. We are a Christian family and strongly oppose mandatory mask vaccines or any type of medical history reporting or disclosure to the public. First and foremost, my faith commands that thou shalt have no other gods before me, according to Exodus 20, verse 3. This is where I believe we societally have failed. We have elected officials that people are worshiping and looking to for salvation. This is evident in the relentless campaign to defame, dox, and label anyone who disagrees with the public authority as a conspiracy theorist or a loveless individual. PH 83/2021 Temporary Administrative Order addresses the need for rules of COVID. Infection is predominantly transmitted by inhalation of respiratory droplets generated when people cough, sneeze, sing, talk, or breathe. Justification of the temporary filing, the authority finds that failure to act promptly will result in serious prejudice to the public interest and the authority. This rule needs to be adopted promptly to focus safety measures more directly on setting the pose a higher risk of transmission to help control COVID-19, reduce hospitalizations and deaths, and provide general health protection to the people in Oregon. These were filed on November 23rd, stating failure to act promptly will result in serious prejudice to the public interest and the authority. Why did you all wait until January 20th for public comments if it was this serious? Justification of the temporary filing claims to reduce hospitalizations and deaths. Oregon, as of my source yesterday, is one of 9 states with strict mask mandates and ranks 27th in population in the country. Oregon has been in state of emergency since the conception of the virus, laying off naturally immune citizens due to draconian vaccination measures enacted by a supermajority without the input of the public, further exacerbating the hospital bed shortage. If mask and COVID vaccines work, why coerce the public with threats of compounding fines and bribe others with lotteries? 2 Corinthians 3, verse 17 through 18. Now the Lord is a spirit, and where the spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And we all who, with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever increasing glory, which comes from the Lord. In closing, my family and I, with the Lord by our side, are in strong opposition regarding the potential passing of this permanent rule. And with that, I'm over.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Angelo, and then we'll have Richard Leroy and Michael Nelson. And just a reminder to speakers, please state your name before you start speaking, even though I've called your name. So if we have a Michael Angelo, please unmute yourself and provide your testimony.
Unmuted, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon. This is Michael Angelo, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm an Oregon resident, and I oppose this draconian permanent indoor mask rule. I've remained open-minded and skeptical about the multifaceted narratives surrounding the COVID pandemic, the vaccines, and the protection or lack thereof that masks have against an airborne virus. Does the OHA know that the coronavirus is 0.125 microns or 125 nanometers in diameter? That's very small. So small that the mask has no chance of stopping it. And as I heard one gentleman say on the call today, that's basically like trying to stop a swarm of mosquitoes with a yard fence. According to the FDA website, surgical masks are meant to help block large particle droplets and do not filter or block very small particles in the air. They are also not intended to be used more than once. Isn't the OHA curious as to where all those used masks will end up? That sounds very wasteful and polluting to me. We can't breathe in these masks. Has the OHA considered the dangers of people wearing masks all day long? Does the OHA know that the lack of oxygen can cause fatigue, headaches, and dizziness? Sounds like a good time when you're trying to work in an office all day, or just go shopping for some groceries, or maybe even waiting in line for a table to get some dinner, only to take it off when you sit down. I guess we're not vulnerable when sitting, huh? How about the cases of lung infections caused by prolonged mask wearing and fibers in masks? Does the OHA know that most surgical masks contain polymers, as in plastics? That's awful to inhale all day. And what about PTFE, a carcinogen made from synthetic fluoride, which has been linked to health issues, including cancer? Masks do not work, and they do not slow the spread. If they did, don't you think we would see less cases today? Most of us are wearing masks indoors, and current amount of cases is at an all-time high. It's time to take them off and breathe that wonderful Oregon oxygen. Does OHA also realize that we are 1 out of 6 states left to still have the mask mandates? I have friends and family in all parts of the United States, and their mask mandates were lifted early to mid part of last year already. Do folks wear them? Yes, but it's their choice, not the government's. You need to start trusting Oregonians and empowering them to make their own decisions. The OHA needs to stop this nonsense and start using some common sense. It makes you look incompetent and fairly, frankly, really stupid. It's embarrassing. I've heard many say, follow the science. What science are you following, OHA? It seems to me you are pushing the science of oppression. Again, stop this nonsense and start using some common sense. I also want to thank everyone on this call for being here today. Thank you for showing up and letting your voice be heard. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Richard Leroy, and then we'll have Michael Nelson and Amy Morgan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
This is Richard. Thank you for the time. The Oregon Health Authority supposed a seasoned reasoning behind this proposed permanent mandate has become familiar over the last month as we've watched the Omicron variant march across our state. Oregon is one of only 6 states left in the country with a mask mandate, and in spite of these mandates, the Omicron variant is spreading. Omicron is very likely going to touch us all with or without masks, vaccines, or social distancing. Further, undermining the OHA's mandate is the Center for Disease Control, CDC, recently releasing new information that cloth masks offer little to no protection from COVID and are particularly ineffective in the face of Omicron. There needs to be more recognition of the counter-prevailing impacts of masks, especially on the mental health of our children. After nearly 24 months, the impacts on the rest of our society in mental health, depression, and drug abuse must be recognized and calculated into the impacts of these mandates. We are social creatures and we need interaction, verbal and nonverbal, interaction with our fellow citizens. The Oregon Health Authority has a choice to truly follow the science and recognize its fruitless efforts to stop or slow the spread of COVID. These mask mandates in their current form and take a permanent mandate off the table. The mask mandates appear to be ineffective in slowing the spread, and they are harmful, particularly to our children's mental health. I am against these mask mandates vehemently. Thank you. And
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Nelson, and then we'll have Amy Morgan and Chris Warren.
Hello, this is Dr. Michael Nelson here. The OHA is a part of the Health and Human Services. You are not a lawmaking body. This is still a republic where we have voted our representatives in the legislation that is the only body allowed to make any laws. Mandate is a request of the governor to have people follow. Mandate does not apply to the people and only to the executive branch. You are overstepping your power. As I look at the board, I see one doctor on there, and that is a doctor of jurisprudence. For those of you who don't know, that means lawyer. That is a law degree. There is a lot of confusion created with this mask because of propaganda. Everyone hearing over and over, masks save lives, masks show that you care. This is not true. Just because it is repeated does not make it the truth. We know that Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. Bill Clinton did have sexual relations with that woman. Bush did raise new taxes, and Nixon was a crook. Milk also does not do a body good, in case you were wondering. To go ahead and try and impose fines on people, I see you don't have any staff, so anyone who tries to impose a fine on somebody is breaking the law. 18 U.S. Code number 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. That is a felony for anyone trying to fine for your rulings. You need to reconsider your bounds. You are not lawmakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amy Morgan, and then we'll have Chris Warren and Harry Sanger.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, this is Amy Morgan. And I would like to remind you that you are public servants, that you work for we the people. You are paid by us to do as we see fit, not what you choose to see fit for us. The people do not consent to your overreach of power trying to enforce a permanent mask mandate, mandatory vaccines, or green pass. I will start by letting you know that there is no
statutory law that requires we the people to wear any type of face covering you deem fit. This rule is a clear violation of our inalienable rights. The U.S. Constitution recognizes that certain universal rights cannot be taken away by legislation, as they are beyond the control of the government, being naturally given to every individual at birth, and these rights are retained throughout life. U.S. Constitution, First Amendment, right to assemble, right to freedom of speech, right to religious expression. Requiring someone to wear a face covering and/or mask as a condition to assemble in a place of public accommodation is an infringement on the rights and protected under the U.S. Constitution, the highest law of the land. No law or rule is valid or lawful that violates the Constitution. Excuse me. No health order, emergency order, state of emergency, municipal ordinance, mandate, rule, or store policy can suspend or violate the Constitution, period. Oregon Revised Statute 677.080 and 677.090, participating medicine without a license. Any person who practices medicine without being licensed under this chapter, as prohibited in ORS 677.080, Prohibited Act 4, commits a Class C felony. Class C felonies are punishable by a maximum of 5 years in prison, $125,000 in fines, or both. Requiring someone to wear a face covering and/or mask is a medical intervention. Unless you are a licensed medical professional, you have no authority to recommend such a practice. Further, a surgical mask is designated by the FDA as a medical device. You, being a public servant, have no legal authority, responsibility, or liability to require we, the people, to wear a face covering and/or a mask. Article 1, Section 20, Oregon Constitution. Text of this section. Equality of privileges and immunities to citizens. No law shall be passed granting any citizen or class of citizens privileges or immunities which upon the same terms shall not equally belong to all citizens. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and let's go, Brandon.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chris Warren, and then we will have Harry Sanger and Tamara Emery.
I'm here.
Thank you. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Chris Warren, and I'm not going to plead or beg or request or ask for you guys to vote this down. I demand it. You people work for us. I rise up 100% against this mask mandate. You know what? A lot of the people here believe this is all about power, control, and money, and not health. And you people have been given ample facts today that you can look up on your own if you're going to make a decision that affects the entire state. This is stupid, nothing else. It's stupid. The rules that we're living under are ridiculous. If you walk into a bar or restaurant, you have to have your mask on, but when you sit down, you can take it off. So you're telling me that COVID hovers. Are you joking? Are you telling me I have to walk into a grocery store and wear a mask, but it's okay to fondle the avocados and play with the grapes and squeeze every tomato? That's okay. We can hand money to the cashiers and they can hand us bags. Come on. There's absolutely no logic behind any of this. The fear you people have created has caused some people to be so terrified they'll drive down the road in their car alone wearing a mask. Are you joking me? Knock this stuff off. We've had it. And here's the deal. If you vote this thing in, it just absolutely proves that it's all about power, money, and control, and has nothing to do with the input from the people. And you know what? You've seen millions of people around the world walking in the streets in England and Italy and France and Germany and Canada and even on the East Coast. And if this goes through, guess what's coming here? Because we're going to fight. We're going to fight you with every fiber of our being. I will not comply, and we will not comply. And you can throw your $500 fines around all you want, but you're not going to see a penny out of us, and you're going to have to fight us. So knock this crap off. Get back to some logic that you can at least defend with some facts. Research some of the facts that have been given to you today, because it's a long list, and knock it off. I will not comply.
Thank you. Next up, we have Harry Sanger, and then we'll have Tamara Emery and Drew Leda.
That guy was amazing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, members of the Oregon Health Authority Public Health Division. Thank you for providing this long format public comment session today. I hope that your 2022 is off to a good start and that this year brings us closer to the pre-pandemic normal we all miss so much. My name is Harry Sanger, and I'm on the board of the River Road Community Organization, although I appear today in my own personal capacity. I'm also a former volunteer at vegan warming centers, but I refuse to support any organization segregating on vaccination status. That's besides the point today. We've heard a number of comments concerning the unsettled science of mask effectiveness, so I would like to speak to auxiliary impacts of statewide mask mandates. I believe that we all need to take a step and consider a more holistic approach to pandemic response in the state of Oregon. Instead of asking whether mask mandates reduce the spread of a contagious virus, can we please ask whether the perceived benefit is often the overwhelming risk of this approach? As a parent, it pains me to send my children to public school each day knowing they'll be forced to cover their face for 6 to 7 hours. This is 6 to 7 hours they aren't learning nonverbal cues from their teachers, not able to see their friends' smiles, and 6 to 7 hours they're encouraged to isolate a facet of their being from the world. If this proposal goes through, I may just ban me and advice and pull my kids from public schools. Now we're hearing about N95s being required to offer any substantial effectiveness, but the logistics of sourcing N95s with a clear panel for all students and school staff is untenable. The CDC guidelines recognize a number of situations to wear clear masks or cloth masks with a clear plastic panel. That may be helpful in interacting with certain groups of people, such as people who are deaf or hard of hearing, young children or students learning to read, students learning a new language, people with disabilities, and people who need to see the proper shape of the mouth for making appropriate vowel sounds. Any family with children in Oregon schools can confirm that these situations likely comprise a bulk of interactions during the school day. We hear a lot about lead agency guidance. Local governments and school boards claim their hands are tied and defer to your judgment, so when you don't highlight this particular guidance, it gets lost in the shuffle. The result? Rising rates of youth suicide, increased behavioral outbursts from students lacking social connection, increased division across all age groups, and an overall degradation of mental health. Those all sound like public health concerns, yet they have been exacerbated by the top-down restrictions placed on the sovereign citizens of Oregon. This comment will be submitted in the written form to include a link to the CDC guidance previously mentioned. This reference was found as I researched how mandatory masks could possibly be considered equitable for young children developing speech patterns and those with developmental delays in speech. As you have heard today, this is just one of many concerns over your proposed Administrative Rule 1025 under Chapter 333, Division 19. In your notice for this rule, the cost of compliance looks only at financial cost. I ask you today to please also consider the emotional and social cost, the additional burden placed upon public health and our communities. Do not extend this rule permanently. Even if this hearing is a few months, nay, a few years too late, thank you again for your time and for listening to the overwhelming voice of the people of Oregon. See the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tamara Emery, and then we'll have Drew Leda and April Groom.
Did you say Tamara Emery?
Tamara, yes, sorry about that. Yes, yeah. Please go ahead.
No worries. No, it's spelled Tamara, pronounced Tamara. Hi. Wow, I have goosebumps running from my toes to the top of my head. I had a speech or something I had a lot of conviction to share. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, a mental health therapist. I had a lot to say, but I threw out my talk. I'm blown away with my Oregonians. I'm in love with each and every one of you. the intelligence, the passion, the wisdom, the soul and heartfelt words that are way more than just words. I'm in such awe and in such honor of you guys, of all of you. I've been listening since 10 a.m. and I'm blown away, and you guys are amazing. You know, I'm thinking of moving to Montana. I because of all this absolute insanity and inhumane, dehumanizing garbage. But you know, you guys are amazing. I don't want to move. What I do want to say, I threw out my speech because everyone else said it incredibly eloquently about connection and how masks harm that on such a deep, deep level. What I do want to say is, OHA, if you pass this after listening to each and every human being on this call, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay? I don't typically say God. I'm a God-loving woman. I don't usually use, the name of God, but I'm going to. If you pass this, oh my God. And I love all of you who have spoken, each and every one of you.
Woohoo! Thank you.
Yes!
Thank you. Next up, we have Drew Leda, April Groom, and May Hawthorne. And after that, we'll take another 5-minute break. I would like to remind everyone, please, if you're not up to speak, that you remain muted. It does get a little bit hard to hear the speaker when people are not muted. All right.
I'm Drew Leda. I'm next, I think. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, guys, I wish I could say I didn't see this coming, but I totally saw this coming. As soon as you guys said 2 weeks to flatten the curve, I'm a mathematician. I know there is zero mathematical distinction between lowering the curve and dragging this out. And then the vaccine cards came out with 4 lines on them, and I knew even more what I already knew then. The Oregon Health Authority has become cruel. It's now seeking to entrench a permanent mask mandate indoors when all of the evidence points to the contrary. I'm very glad nobody had a chance to use my blurb because my brother married a Berliner gal, and both of my nieces have dual citizenship in Germany. Well, the Bavarian state of Germany decided that they were going to enact a N95 mask mandate. Guess what the difference between the N95 mask mandate in Bavaria, Germany versus the rest of Germany versus Montana was? Outside the standard deviation. It was not measurable. That should tell you something about the efficacy of the plan you're planning on putting in place. And I heard a lot of people on here accidentally call it a law. Laws are passed with the consent of the governed through the legislature. These are capricious rule changes. These are edicts. We don't do edicts in America. I had my first issue with these masks came up when I was on an elevator and someone had gas. I knew instantly then the efficacy of these masks. They don't work for what you're saying. It's disturbing that you want to, I don't know. I'm not sure what to call it, so I'm just going to call it what everybody here is thinking it is. Our governor has received no less than $60,000 in lobby money from Pfizer. This is fascism. You guys are acting on behalf of big pharma and you're counting blood money. It's disgusting. It has no place in a free society. And I know I'm not going to comply. I know that my willingness to not comply will be more indefinite than your mask mandate. And that's the thing that has me worried about what you people had to say. It was supposed to be 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It's been 24 months. What do you think we're going to think that you guys are going to have it be when it's already called permanent? You guys need to figure this out. You guys need to figure out where your allegiances lie, because right now, a lot of people throughout Oregon are losing faith in the entirety of the healthcare system, the entirety of their government, and they're losing faith in their neighbors. I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous this can be from a societal standpoint. I think if you guys had any interest at all in the health of Oregon, you would vote no on these capricious rules, and you would never consider doing something like this again, because I think this is going to be the one chance you get to do this. I don't think it's going to be tolerated ever again. That's my last peaceful word on the subject.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have April Groom, and then we'll have May Hawthorne. Do we have an April Groom on the line? Do we have May Hawthorne?
May Hawthorne, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I would like to direct this to who I'm assuming is there that's making these decisions. Oregon Health Authority Director Pat Allen, Oregon Health Authority Public Health Division Director Rachel Banks, and Dean Seidlinger, the state epidemiologist and state health officer. My name is May Hawthorne. I live in Brownsville. I'm an esthetician and a massage therapist. I've studied functional health and natural healing for over 2 decades. I know that restricting our breath is always detrimental to health. Mask mandates do far more harm than good, even linking to a rise of bacterial pneumonia, to name one negative consequence, while healthy lifestyle recommendations have been ignored and called misinformation. Healthy touch and social connection are at the top of the list for maintaining health. Why is the evidence of this being ignored or censored? I believe it's because all of the data is coming from the CDC and the WHO, which has been taken over by Big Pharma and Big Tech's agenda, and everything else is called misinformation and censored. Doctors are even threatened to lose their licenses if they disagree with the narratives. Many individuals have health conditions affecting their respiratory system that make wearing a mask extremely detrimental. Why have there been absolutely no policies in place to exempt them from mask mandates? A mask worn by a child in school was examined in a laboratory. Tests showed 82 bacterial colonies and 4 mold colonies growing in the mask. Reports are coming from all over the world. They're suggesting that bacterial pneumonias are on the rise, among other health consequences directly connected to mask wearing, which many people have already been speaking to. A child born in Oregon in March of 2020 has barely been able to see an actual face when out in the world. We can't even comprehend the repercussions of this level of dehumanization to the children. Mask usage for medical personnel has long taught that for airborne illnesses, a properly fitted, non-expired N95 is a baseline for personal protection. The mask guidelines from the beginning have never addressed this glaring fact, and it shows that the mandates from the get-go have been nothing but political theater, absolutely not guided by best medical practices. The idea that these guidelines will be made permanent is a slap in the face to all rational people. And it's not done in the best interest of the physical and mental health of the people of Oregon. These mandates are about maintaining control and fear of the populace. The numbers of COVID are a fraud, as the testing has been admitted by even the CDC director, Rachel Walensky, to be fraught with inaccuracy. How do we trust anything coming from the CDC whose advice is followed by OHA? By creating vaccine and mask mandates, the government has significantly contributed to staffing shortages at hospitals far more than COVID ever has done. In Asante Three Rivers Hospital in Grants Pass, 30 nurses and 200 ancillary staff resigned once the mandate started. As a citizen of Oregon with 3 separate health contraindications for wearing a mask myself, I demand that OHA stop the charade and cease and desist the enforced restriction of our ability to breathe without an obstruction. Patrick Allen, Rachel Banks, and Dean Seidlinger, you are on notice. These mandates are a violation of the Nuremberg Code. If you do not cease and desist, you are committing crimes of humanity. The gig is up. Restore our Bill of Rights and stop suffocating and psychologically torturing us now.
Thank you. We're going to take another 5-minute break, so we'll come back a little bit after 2 o'clock, 2:05 or so. When we come back, we will have Kimberly Ang and April Groom, if she's on the line, and then Rob Maynard.
Brittany, is my name on there? Joanna Vnarovsky Pecoraro?
Let me see.
I sent you the email. You sent me the email back.
Yeah.
I just want to, yeah, okay.
You
Okay,
are.
thank
Yeah,
you. Okay, 5-minute break. You need it. We need it. Thank you.
Yeah, if you received an email from me, you are on the list. We do still have about 40 people left that were on the original list.
Okay.
And that doesn't include any others that have joined the
Right.
call that are interested in providing testimony.
Well, that's a good time, 5 minutes to review my notes, to remove anything anybody else said. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to confirm I just unmuted. I don't know how to do it on, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
I also, I see that quite a few people have their hand raised. What I'm going to do is go ahead and lower all of the hands, and we'd like to use that feature for people who are who did not previously sign up that want to be on our list to testify. So I'm going to remove all the hands, and if you want to raise your hand again to indicate that you want to be put on the list. I will also be opening up the floor for additional testimony once we get through the entire list. So if you're not able to raise your hand or know how to do that, that's okay. We'll still make sure that you have a chance. And again, written comments can be sent to publichealth.rules@dhsoha.state.or.us until 5 p.m. on Monday, the 24th. We are going to allow everyone who has signed up and wants to provide testimony to speak, but in the interest of time, we are asking that you try to keep your comments as brief as possible and not repeat things that have already been said. So
Hey,
thank you.
Brittany?
I would
Yes.
like, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you request that all the members of OHA turn their video screens on? Because there's no way for any of the people that are publicly speaking today to know that those people on the OHA board are actually physically listening.
We're actually not using video for this meeting today.
Why?
Yeah. How do we know they're even there?
Yeah, exactly.
They're not.
They're
Can you
not.
confirm?
We need to confirm that they're listening during this meeting, and having 8 to 10 people on there does not affect the bandwidth.
Yeah, Pat Allen should be on for sure.
This is a scam. Pat Allen, Seidlinger, I need to see their faces when people testify.
Having Brittany, this is Scott Stewart. Would you just check to make sure that I am on your list? I did send you an email, but I didn't receive one back. Thank you.
Scott, I don't think I'm seeing you on the list. I apologize if you did send an email, and if it came in this morning, I likely missed it once the hearing started.
No, I sent it last week.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Does that mean I'm out?
No, anybody who wants to speak will be able to.
Thank you.
Hey, Brittany, is Mary Pate in?
Yes, I have Meredith Payton on here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Like I said, anybody who wants to speak will have a chance to. I have a list of people who have registered by emailing us to be added to the list. You can also raise your hand to be added to our list. And once we get through the list, I will open it up to anyone who wasn't able to send us an email or raise your hand during this meeting.
Brittany, is anyone beside you there? Please answer that question.
Do you mean from the Oregon Health Authority?
Yes, I do.
Yes, we do
We
have other
do.
staff.
How many?
How do we know that? I can't see and verify anybody.
Can't they
from
say
OHA
something at
actually
least?
Listening.
Right.
No, I want to see their faces. This continues in the vein of dehumanization.
Yes, I agree. I
think
second this.
Fake. This is a fake thing.
Well, it doesn't matter
The
if it's fake.
people of
'Cause I'm
Oregon
not
need
compliant.
respect. They're spending time to give feedback.
Right on.
This is a legitimate question and request. I don't understand why it's so complicated to provide us.
I don't think nobody's there. They don't care.
Yeah.
Guys,
She already said that she has a staff there that's assisting her with a timer.
Which represents one other person. That's it.
I think she's referring
400 of us
to
can
staff
sit on
members
here all day long.
instead of decision makers. I don't think any of the decision makers are at this meeting.
April group. No.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:10 to continue this.